Chapter 2170. Without his body, no matter how strong Han Fei was, he was only at the peak of the Pioneer Sea realm. Moreover, this peak would have to be discounted. Others thought that Han Fei had reached the limit of the Pioneer Sea realm, but in fact, only he himself knew that he was still far from the limit of the Pioneer Sea realm, even though he had the body of Neza. Seeing that his teammates were in trouble, Han Fei waved his spear backhand, and a spear light pierced through the 4 tentacles, shattering the gauze mist. However, when the sand mist was pierced through, the man was already badly mutilated. Seeing the massive amount of white sand below him surging up, Han Fei's red armillary silk broke out of the void, turned into a blade, swept away more than a dozen sand grains around, and picked up the man in the end. "Thank you, Captain, for saving my life," Han Fei shouted. "Everyone follow me." At this time, running out was definitely not an option. Han Fei took out the nautical panorama and said in his heart the weakness of the devouring worms. The universe rings turned into countless rings and attacked crazily. The chaotic energy in Han Fei's body was greatly consumed. These things could not be destroyed for no reason. In fact, they were very powerful. "Sun Yukai, Captain, don't worry about us. It is said that when devouring the world source, the devouring worm can borrow the power of the world source, so it is equivalent to us becoming enemies with this world." Han Fei snorted. "I have never seen such a weak world. It had already become a graveyard. Even if it regained some vitality, what could it do to me? All of you, keep up." Swoosh, 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 they followed Han Fei all the way. Along the way, the 8 of them attacked continuously. After running for about 1,000,000 kilometers, except for Han Fei, everyone else had basically used up their reserves of chaotic gas. Jun Xing said, "Captain, I'm exhausted. Don't worry about us. Find a way to run." Someone shouted, "Captain, do you want us to throw ourselves into the sea of sand before you're willing to leave?" At this moment, Han Fei sensed that a sandstorm had appeared in all directions. At this moment, the nautical panorama's one chance to point had been used up. There were still 2 more times left, and he had to make good use of them. Although he had the jade scroll of his main body to protect him, it was better not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. He had come out to gain experience, not to ask his main body for help. Clang, a large golden shield descended, and the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield directly protected Sun Yukai and the others. Han Fei said indifferently, "You're just a demonic plant. No matter how large you are, you're just a small tool. Bootlicker, come out." Buzz, Han Fei pulled Simp Dog out and rode on him. "Doggy, this white sand has the ability to devour flesh and soul. If you don't want to die, show me your ability to devour heaven and earth." At that time, Simp Dog felt uncomfortable. "Master, there's so much sand. How can I eat it? Should I use the heavenly shield technique and leave?" "I can't leave. If there were no accidents, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles would be covered by this white veil. We've fallen into a trap. If you can't devour the power of heaven and earth and hold on until I find this creature's weakness, I, your master, will die with you." "Hiss!" The flatterer cried out in alarm. "Master, don't scare me. Also, you said that this sand is a living creature? Such a big creature. What realm is it at?" Han Fei sneered. "You're just a plate of loose sand. How can there be a realm? It's just a borrowed weak power. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Otherwise, when you die, I'll call my projection to save you." Hell, Simp Dog was the kind of person who didn't rush others. He was timid and gluttonous, but this was the first time that he ate sand. This guy was forced to rush into the white sand by Han Fei. BM, the red armillary silk, rolled into a cone shape and hit the sandstorm with a bang, opening a way for himself, and Simp Dog had to open his mouth wide. This kind of devouring was similar to Lu Rinquang's, but Simp Dog's devouring power could cover a surrounding area. It was just that Simp Dog didn't seem to want to swallow too much of this sand, so the area covered was not large, only about 10 meters. Master, this sand is a bit disgusting. It seriously slows down my speed. I can't run fast at all. My speed is more than 10 times slower. Can you get rid of this thing quickly? Shut up. You talk too much. In Han Fei's hand, the nautical panorama pointed to a certain direction. Han Fei said, "Doggy, sky escape." At that moment, only a ray of light could be seen passing through the sandstorm. This light burst out, and Simp Dog's speed burst out about 4 times. Han Fei sneered. No matter how fast this devouring insect was, it was impossible to set off a sandstorm spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers in a short time. Since it wanted to use its power to strangle him and the others, there must be a flaw in the sandstorm. Therefore, as soon as Simp Dog used the sky escape technique, the nautical panorama reacted in just 2 minutes. Bam! Han Fei jumped down from Simp Dog. The yin and yang swords merged into one, and the white gauze was annihilated as fast as it could be. In this sandstorm, a fruit appeared. This fruit was the only green in this sandstorm. Han Fei slashed with his sword, and the roots connected to the fruit were broken, and the white sand seemed to have lost control, collapsing in an instant and falling from the sky. Sure enough, the heaven-opening state is just a plate of loose sand that borrowed part of its power. If it really is the power of the heaven-opening state, I can't come here at all. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the fruit suspended in the air. Unfortunately, without the demon purification pot, he couldn't see what it was. However, this fruit was transparent. It looked like a light green glass ball, and there was a dense flow of gas inside. After a moment, Simp Dog's eyes widened. "Master, will you let me eat it? This thing looks delicious." CK off. I haven't eaten it before. How can you eat it? After a moment, when Han Fei rode Simp Dog back to the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield, Sun Yukai and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain, you finished it? This is the devouring insect. The power of the heaven-opening state." The group of people swallowed frantically. Originally, when the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield fell, they were very regretful. They shouldn't have let their captain waste such a good, sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, it had only been a few minutes. This sandstorm of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was penetrated. Han Fei said indifferently, "There has never been a heaven-opening state creature here. The devouring insect just borrows the power of the origin of the world, and its main power is devouring. It doesn't have a strong combat attribute. Otherwise, if it was a heaven-opening state powerhouse, you wouldn't be able to resist a tentacle. This thing only looks like a bluff." With that said, Han Fei took out the fruit he had grabbed without hesitation, although he wasn't sure if this thing was the origin of the world. But it must have something to do with the origin of the world, because the entire sandstorm was supported by the power of this thing. At this moment, everyone looked at the fruit that Han Fei took out and exclaimed, "Is this the origin of the world?" Han Fei shrugged. "I don't know. Do you know it?" Sun Yukai nodded. "I'm not sure. Such a high-level thing is generally qualified to be obtained by a heaven-opening state powerhouse. We've never seen it before either." Jun Xing said, "Captain, in any case, this must be a good thing. With your current achievements, you can totally convince everyone to take this thing for yourself. It's true that we are here to look for natural treasures, but this intelligence is obviously wrong. The devouring insect is such a dangerous creature, but it gave us a 9-star intelligence. The sender of this information was either a mistake or there was something wrong with this person. He had deliberately released this information. So, in any case, you can take this thing, Captain." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Continue to explore. Since it's a good thing, let's see how much there is." With that, Han Fei was about to put this thing into the Origin Sea for temporary storage, which any normal person would do. However, the moment Han Fei put the fruit into the Origin Sea suddenly exploded. Air billowed around Han Fei, and Sun Yukai and the others were directly shaken away. Ah, Han Fei said with great difficulty. This thing can't be put into the origin sea. Protect me. The land in Han Fei's origin sea was becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. To be specific, the entire origin sea was full of infinite vitality. A large number of spiritual plants were growing, and the origin sea could even slowly and autonomously produce chaotic energy. This feeling was like the arrival of spring and the revival of all things. The world in his origin sea was more like a real world now. Han Fei had a sudden realization. This thing was more than 10 times better than the mystic yellow soil. Although the mystic yellow soil could consolidate the origin sea, it could only strengthen the land in the origin sea. But this world's origin could strengthen the origin sea in all aspects, so that the resources in the origin sea could be more fully integrated with the origin sea. To put it bluntly, although this world's origin couldn't make a big breakthrough in strength, it made Han Fei feel that his potential suddenly skyrocketed. One day later, the world's origin finally stopped, and Han Fei felt that his strength had been improved by less than 5%. But the improvement of his potential seemed to be unknown, which might only be known after actual combat. Besides, he felt that this fruit was not enough, because he didn't feel the upper limit, which meant that this thing was completely within his capacity. No wonder the people of the Sea Realm are crazy about exploring the starting land. This is just a primitive graveyard that has just shown signs of recovery, and someone came to steal the world's origin here. What if it's the real starting land? Han Fei thought to himself. The world's origin in the chaotic ocean could already give birth to a powerhouse at the peak of the heaven-opening state. How strong would its origin be? Chapter 2171. After tasting the power of the origin of the world, Han Fei felt that he had even been sublimated. When Han Fei woke up, Sun Yukai and the others couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, what's the smell?" Han Fei shrugged. "No smell. However, this thing can enhance one's potential." Huh. Sun Yukai looked at him in surprise. If it could enhance one's potential, wouldn't it increase the upper limit of a cultivator's growth? Junxing nodded. No wonder. Such a good thing. No wonder the primitive city took action so quickly. Now, this thing is taken by the captain. Let's make them regret it. Captain, should we look again? What if there are more of this thing? Suddenly, Sun Yukai and the others looked at Junxing like he was a fool. Are you stupid? Except for the captain, no one else can match this terrifying sandstorm. Do you still want to look for it? However, someone said, we can look for it, but I think we should be more cautious next. At least don't become a burden. Han Fei shook his head. How can there be so many good things waiting for us in the world? Besides, because we killed this devouring worm, I don't know if the people of the primitive city will know in advance. Junxing, go back with Long Air and Su Jin first, and report the problem of the intelligence immediately. Immediately, send someone to take over. The origin of the world here is indeed recovering. Sun Yukai and the others, search with me again. If we don't encounter any more devouring worms in a month, leave immediately. Yes, Captain. Junxing and the others left in a hurry, and Han Fei and the others continued to search. During this period, Han Fei continued to search with the nautical panorama. The devouring worms were confirmed to be gone, but Han Fei found that the origin of the world was still there. So, after another half a month or so, they came to an abyss cave. Within 1,000,000 kilometers of this cave, it was full of vitality, and the strongest creatures had reached the explorer realm. And in that cave, some special power was escaping. Han Fei felt that this was the origin of the world. However, when they were excited to stay here and absorb the origin of the world, Han Fei found that this power dissipated too slowly. Han Fei, however, found that the rate of dissipation was too slow. It would be almost impossible for him to achieve the same effect as when he absorbed the origin of the world in 1,000 years. When Han Fei measured this abyss cave with the 9-palace destiny ruler, the test result turned out to be desperate, which directly predicted that he would die. Han Fei didn't think it was necessary to take this risk. This time he had obtained quite a lot of world origin energy. At least part of his strength had been consolidated and strengthened in one go. His origin sea had also greatly improved, and the opportunity to merge with the heavenly Tao had also appeared. To put it bluntly, the body of Neza, which originally needed 1,000 years of training, now only needed 500 years of training. This was one of the powerful functions of the world origin. 1 month later, Han Fei led Sun Yukai and the others back to the exit, but at this moment, they all looked very gloomy. Sun Yukai, "Captain, there's a problem." Han Fei nodded slightly. Jun Xing and the other two went back to report their work, so someone should be here to pick them up. But there was no response from the exit. Someone said, "Oh no, it's impossible that Jun Xing and the others don't even understand this. We are still in the primitive cemetery. Out of caution, they will definitely come to our aid. But now, is there a trap outside?" Han Fei said, "If I'm not mistaken, something must have happened to Jun Xing and the others. However, the life tablets they left with me were not broken. There's only one result. They were captured." Everyone was shocked. Sun Yukai said, "Then what should we do?" They captured the 3 of them at once and didn't even give them a chance to self-destruct. Did the other party break the rules of the tomb battlefield and let a heaven-opening realm master take action? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. It may also be the descend technique. What Han Fei was thinking about was the infamily's descend technique. He had seen in Balan's descend technique, which could descend a massive amount of power on an emperor through the world entrance, making that person directly have the combat power of an emperor. He had to admit that this kind of descend technique was indeed terrifying. After pondering for a moment, Han Fei said, "You enter my source sea." Sun Yukai and the others were shocked. "Captain, what if the other party is really a heaven-opening realm master? Why don't we wait inside for another 2 years?" Han Fei shook his head. "So what if we wait for another 2 years? If the camp only sends some more teams, we will also fall into the enemy's ambush. I also want to feel how strong a heaven-opening realm master is." Sun Yukai and the others had always known that Han Fei was not an ordinary person. In the past 2 years, they had followed Han Fei and gained a lot of benefits. But now, they heard that Han Fei wanted to fight a heaven-opening realm master as a sea-opening realm master. How brave and broad-minded he was. If this battle was successful, this team would almost come to an end. And Han Fei would definitely become a key character to be trained, or he would enter the heavenly talent trial field to participate in some more difficult combat tasks. Outside, just as they expected, Jun Xing and the other 2 were indeed controlled. Led by a heaven-opening realm master, 12 sea-opening realm masters were suppressing the 3 of them in the square formation. However, the 3 of them were all bruised at the moment and looked extremely weak, as if they had been reborn several times. Jun Xing roared, "The tomb battlefield doesn't allow heaven-opening realm masters to take action, and your strength has already exceeded the scope of the sea-opening realm. If my Wanderer City knows about this, even if we chase you to your primitive city, we will kill you." The leading master sneered, "It's just that you are all dead. Who will know? Unfortunately, you didn't come out in the same batch. I didn't expect that guy named Neza to have the strength to kill the devouring worm. It would be a pity not to obliterate such a heavenly talent." Right at this moment, a spatial tunnel opened up. Just as the Origin City cultivators were about to make their move, a spatial tunnel suddenly opened up. Within the passageway, a heavenly sword light stabbed out. They discovered the ambush in advance? "Captain, run." At that moment, Jun Xing roared, "Humph! Since they've come out, you're useless." Bam! 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 On the primitive city side, the leading master slapped the heads of Jun Xing and the others several times in a row. How could Jun Xing and the others deal with the power of a heaven-opening realm master? The people of the primitive city were only slightly surprised and had already rushed towards where Han Fei was. Even if Han Fei controlled the heaven-opening sword manual, he couldn't penetrate all the power of these people with one sword strike. However, under Han Fei's sword strike, the few kings who rushed at the front were still injured. When Han Fei came out, he saw a crack in the Dao. Jun Xing and the other two were killed on the spot by the people of the primitive city in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart was full of anger. What a primitive city! Do the strong people nowadays play ambush tactics? The person from the primitive city laughed. Oh, you should be that Neza, who has been very famous recently, right? I heard that you are very powerful. It happens that I like to torture and kill heavenly talents. Today, I'll send you on your way. Han Fei sneered. Only 12 of you? Can such a small number of people defeat me? Arrogant. Sky-sealing battle formation. Except for the leader, the others stood proudly in the void, the triangular divine mark between their eyebrows shining, and the void within a radius of more than 10,000 kilometers froze. Then, these 12 people, each holding a sword, turned the void into a sea of swords. The leader looked at Han Fei with a smile and said, "The most damnable thing is that you stole the origin of the world that should have belonged to me. I will open your sea of origin and take back everything that should have belonged to me." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed form, with the fire-tipped spear, the chaotic sky silk, the universe ring, and the yin-yang sword in his hands. Kill. Different from his original body, who had many trump cards and super explosive power, the body of Neza was better at fighting in chaos. His figure flashed in this sea of swords, fighting with these pioneer sea realm cultivators of the primitive city. The leader of the primitive city just wanted to watch the show. However, when Han Fei's spear light, which contained the aura of the heavenly law, directly pierced a king. No. How can a mere pioneer sea realm cultivator be so strong? Seeing that the situation was not right, this person immediately took action. However, a strange flame descended from the sky and encapsulated the entire space. 9 dragons spat out fire and surrounded this person. Open. With the eruption of this person's triangular divine seal, the 9 fire dragons collapsed, but in the blink of an eye they condensed again. Han Fei sneered. "This is an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. You're just using part of the power of the arrival technique. How can you break it?" Then Han Fei put his hands together. 9 dragons trap array. Even though that person had the combat power of the Pioneer Sea Realm, he was trapped by the 9 dragons' divine fire shield for a while. Then he saw a gorgeous performance. Han Fei's battle suit shattered. A large number of strange Dao patterns appeared on his body, and flames burst out of Han Fei's body. Although Neza was an incarnation, he didn't lack trump cards. Even if these trump cards weren't strong enough compared to his original body, the great techniques that Neza cultivated were also the strongest techniques deduced by the demon purification pot. Swish, 1 sword opened the heavenly gate. 1 sword killed a king. The yin-yang sword turned into a millstone, frantically sucking the power of the kings. On the chaotic sky silk, Dao patterns appeared and killing arrays appeared frequently. 1 sword shot out, 1 died. 1 spear shot out, 1 died. Han Fei stood tall and straight, like a swimming elf in the flames. Every time he appeared, a king died. When all the kings were killed, Han Fei stretched out his hand. The universe ring returned, the chaotic sky silk returned, and the yin-yang sword merged into one. The fire-tipped spear pointed at the Pioneer Sea Realm, who was attacked by the 9 dragons. "I like your stupidity. Now it's one-on-one. You can fight one-on-one." Chapter 2172. BM, Han Fei's body was smashed to the bottom of the sea, causing a tremor within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Finally, the power of this guy from the primitive city seemed to have weakened. Han Fei smiled and said, Let's continue. Let's see if the people from the primitive city or the wanderer city arrive first. The strong man from the primitive city was also shocked and couldn't believe it. How could this guy be so good at fighting? His strength was indeed at the peak of the pioneer sea state, but his physique and means were a bit too outrageous. From the beginning, Han Fei fought with a lot of treasures, but in the end, Han Fei only relied on a long spear. He was constantly testing his limits. Originally, because Nezha's clone was refined by the Water Immortal's original body, the Water Immortal's original body was not yet at the sky-opening realm, so its potential was relatively limited. Although the Water Immortal died young, there might be a lot of room for improvement. However, the clone that Han Fei created was still a little lacking. When the bloodline level and talent abilities of his original body were improving by leaps and bounds, Nezha's clone didn't improve so dramatically. He was growing like an ordinary king. Although he had the resources and techniques from his original body, he was still at the pioneer sea state. Therefore, in the battle against this strong man from the primitive city who had the combat power of the heaven opening state, Han Fei didn't gain any advantage. However, he knew that the world origin had allowed his potential to increase by leaps and bounds. His endurance and potential had increased by about 30%, although his soul and strength hadn't changed much. The utilization of this body had suddenly increased too much. This kind of improvement was comparable to the skyrocketing bloodline level. However, it was already his limit to barely resist the combat power of someone who had just entered the heaven-opening state. Under the suppression of the opponent's great path, the possibility of him winning was also very small. Barely speaking, he was invincible. Of course, this was also because the opponent was only at the heaven-opening state through the God's Arrival technique. If the opponent's original body was here, Han Fei might not be his match. Therefore, the combat power of Nezha's clone was still not comparable to his original body. However, he saw an alternative way to improve, which was to devour the world source. At this moment, Han Fei grinned and said, "If I don't die, the traitors you hid in the Wanderer City will die. Also, you touched my people. I will take revenge for this enmity. Primitive City, you'd better send some of your true geniuses over. Otherwise, I'll crush you in the Battle of Kings in the graveyard battlefield." At this moment, Han Fei sensed something, and several figures came from afar. Among them, Han Fei knew Jiang Buping, and Han Fei didn't know the other one. But he seemed to be from the Wanderer City too. Han Fei looked at the man. "Look, the people from your primitive city haven't arrived yet." Buzz, the power on this person's body receded like a flood. In the end, the man tried to blow himself up, and Han Fei shouted, "Nine-tailed mantis shrimp." Whoosh, 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 9 chains locked down the void, and a storm of chains locked down the void. The king, who was preparing to self-detonate, had his soul locked down and was unable to self-detonate. "Huh." Han Fei sneered. "If you have the guts, you can detonate the power of your arrival. You want to detonate yourself in front of me, leaving a king behind?" Swish, swish, Jiang Buping, a burly bald man, descended. The bald man grabbed the king of the primitive city and began to search his soul. Clang! Han Fei carried the fire-tipped spear on his shoulder and knocked it heavily. He looked at Jiang Buping and said, "This intelligence is wrong. There is a traitor on our side." Jiang Buping looked at the battlefield spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and then at Han Fei, whose battlesuit was broken and cracked everywhere. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. When we found out that there was a fall in this place, we had already begun to keep an eye on the informant. Those who are related to this intelligence will be investigated thoroughly. He can't escape. What's the situation on your side? Han Fei twisted his head and said, "This primitive graveyard has indeed recovered a little, but the primitive city has long known about it and planted devouring worms in it. Fortunately, the devouring worm was not strong enough, so I killed it." Jiang Buping's face changed, and then the corners of his mouth trembled. What the hell is this? A single person killed a devouring worm? And he's so calm? Jiang Buping said, I'm talking about this battle. Were you ambushed? Only Jun Xing long heir and Su Zhen's life tablets are broken. What about the others? Han Fei smiled. There is a heaven-opening realm powerhouse from the primitive city. He used the god's arrival technique and barely has the power of someone who has just entered the heaven-opening realm. It's hard to beat him. The bald man who was searching the soul next door couldn't help but glance at Han Fei when he heard the word, hard to beat. Jiang Buping. Oh no. With a thought, Han Fei released Sun Yukai and the other three from the Origin Sea. As soon as they came out, Sun Yukai saw Jiang Buping at a glance. When he saw the bald man, he couldn't help but gasp. Master Xingyu? Han Fei frowned. Is this Xingyu? One of the 4 generals of the Wander City, responsible for the entire graveyard battlefield camp. It was said that this person was a body cultivator. He could withstand the attack of a heaven-opening realm powerhouse with his physique alone, break a sea-quelling bizarre treasure with his bare hands, and survive a finger attack from a venerable emperor. When Sun Yukai saw that even Master Xingyu was here, he was finally relieved. Then he asked Han Fei, Captain, Jun Xing, and the others. Han Fei said they died. There was no time to save them. There was no chance. Suddenly, Sun Yukai and the others looked solemn. They didn't expect that the farewell in the primitive graveyard would be a farewell forever. They looked solemn, but Han Fei didn't see much sadness. But from their eyes, Han Fei saw a more determined attitude. Han Fei knew that this was faith. Jun Xing and the others should have died for faith. At this time, Xingyu suddenly said, Are you Neza? Han Fei nodded slightly. Even though he knew that Xingyu was one of the 4 generals, the strong had to have the pride of the strong. There was no respect in Han Fei's eyes, but a strong fighting intent. It's me. Seeing Han Fei's attitude, Jiang Buping had a headache. Neza's arrogance was extremely rare. Generally, kings were arrogant, but Han Fei's had risen to a very high level. He was clearly a king, but he behaved like AF * King Emperor. Sometimes, even Jiang Buping felt that he was a little too conceited. Xingyu couldn't help but smile. 1 sky opening, 11 kings, and you killed them all alone. Not bad. Han Fei was not moved by this praise at all. He said, I swallowed a world source, which stimulated my potential. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to fight. With that, Han Fei gestured. It's this big. When I put it into the Sea of Source, it automatically fused with the Sea of Source. Xingyu said, That's not big. If there is more time, this revived primitive graveyard can probably provide at least 3 to 5 world origins of that size. Wow! Even Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. So many? He only ate one and felt that his potential had been greatly improved. If he ate 3 to 5 of them, he might really be able to fight a sky-opening powerhouse. Xingyu stretched out his hand and squeezed, directly crushing the king in his hand. What a traitor! What a primitive city! Then Xingyu looked at Han Fei. I heard from old Jiang that you are going to join the Wander City, but will eventually leave. Han Fei nodded. Of course. It is my destiny to wander, and it is also my destiny to become stronger. When the Wander City can no longer help me continue to improve, I will choose to leave. As he spoke, Han Fei looked straight at Xingyu without dodging his eyes at all. Xingyu's eyes were very dignified, but Han Fei's eyes didn't waver at all. Jiang Buping, Sun Yukai, and the others listened and only felt that what Han Fei said was actually quite normal. A heavenly talent like Han Fei couldn't be regarded as an ordinary king at all. He was a real heavenly talent. Even Sun Yukai and the others felt that Han Fei might have the potential to become a Taoist. And Jiang Buping only felt that it was only a matter of time before a character like Han Fei opened the sky, so it was only a matter of time before he left the Wander City. Xingyu asked, What do you want? Xingyu naturally knew that it was not difficult for Han Fei to open the sky. But with such a proud character, He would not do such a thing as betrayal, because he disdained it. Jiang Buping couldn't understand it, but he could. So, Xingyi just asked, "What do you want?" Han Fei glanced at Sun Yukai and the others. "A trial of this level is not enough. I need more battles, stronger opponents, and I need the origin of the world." Xingyi said, "I'll give you a chance to grab it yourself, okay?" Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Okay." Xingyi said, "I have a special team here. Join them. Your opponents will be the strongest batch of heavenly talents in the primitive city and the Wanderer City. Over there, everyone had a trump card. The strongest combat power they can exert may reach the heaven-opening realm. In addition to the enemies of these two main cities, you may also encounter some dangers of the awakened primitive graveyard itself. Although I know your answer, I still have to ask." Sun Yukai and the others widened their eyes. Could it be the heaven-chosen team that was said to have been selected after countless selections in the entire Wanderer City? Jiang Buping sighed slightly in his heart. Sure enough, a real heavenly talent would shine wherever he went. If he joined that team, he would have a high chance of becoming a venerable emperor. Han Fei naturally noticed the change in the faces of Sun Yukai and Jiang Buping, but he didn't care, because his goal was to surpass the Lord of Silence. So the mysterious team in the Wanderer City was just the beginning for him. Han Fei said, "I just said that I will fight until the primitive city collapses." Xingyi nodded. "Okay, but before joining this team, you may need to go to the Wanderer City, because those who can join this team must be seen by the Lord of Silence in person." Han Fei's heart thumped. He didn't expect to see Gu Tingnan here. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay." Seeing this, Xingyu smiled slightly and then looked at Jiang Buping. "From today on, Neza will leave your camp." Chapter 2173. A month later, Han Fei came to the legendary city of Wanderers, a city where all races were equal and everything was free. No one sent him here. He had been riding the heavenly hound all the way here. Because it was a strange city, Han Fei didn't scan it with his perception at the beginning. However, when Han Fei came to the outskirts of the city, a human girl flew over as soon as she arrived. "Hey, here!" Han Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a human girl flashing in front of him. She was a head shorter than him, agile, well-dressed, and had a strong aura. There was a faint, murderous aura in her that couldn't be hidden. Chaotic energy was flowing in her body, and her blood was vigorous. A peak stage, Sea Expansion Realm? Han Fei didn't expect to see a peak stage Sea Expansion Realm powerhouse as soon as he came to the City of Wanderers. And it seemed that she was not an ordinary peak stage Sea Expansion Realm powerhouse. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at her. "What's up?" "You are riding a big dog. Neza, right? I'm waiting for you." Han Fei frowned. "Oh, you are." The girl smiled. "Long Yu, human. I know you came from the graveyard battlefield. Let me show you around the City of Wanderers." Han Fei said lightly, "A peak stage Sea Expansion Realm powerhouse as a tour guide? Or are you a member of the Heaven-chosen team, so free?" Long Yu couldn't help but ask, "Have you guessed it?" Han Fei shrugged. "A peak stage Sea Expansion Realm powerhouse. I can vaguely feel that your aura is trying to suppress me. I don't believe that anyone can affect my aura in the City of Wanderers. What's wrong? Aren't you afraid that someone will recognize you by appearing here so openly? Boring." Long Yu curled her lips slightly. "So what? There are no secrets in the City of Wanderers. Besides, the Heaven-chosen team is very busy most of the time. There are so many people in this city. How can everyone know me? Walking in this city, most people will only think that you are an ordinary person. As long as you don't shout that you are a member of the Heaven-chosen team, people won't look at you. Even if you shout that you are a member of the Heaven-chosen team, most people still don't know you, because many people don't know this team at all. Only when you reach the Sea Expansion Realm can you learn about the existence of a team like the Heaven-chosen team." "Looks like he's a chatterbox." Seeing Long Yu rambling on and on, Han Fei immediately understood Long Yu's personality. Although she was valiant and capable, she was definitely a chatterbox. This was probably why she came to be his guide. Let's go into the city. Aren't we going to see the Lord of Silence? Long Yu, you want to see him immediately? You don't want to walk around the city? There are a lot of resources to be bought and sold here. There are auctions, treasure pavilions, and even roadside stalls. Where did these treasures come from? Long Yu, I fought it out. He snatched it. They were dug up from primitive cemeteries. Anyway, there are many sources. The two of them chatted as they walked. Long Yu said, "Our Wanderer City has gathered countless wanderers of various races, and there are many people who know strange techniques and special skills. For example, our Wanderer City has more than a dozen races that specialize in refining equipment and elixirs. There are also the Orc clan, Half-Orc clan, some Insect clan, Demon Plant clan. Well, we have a lot of Demon Plant clan here. They can give birth to many spiritual fruits and resources. There are also the 10,000 clan combat skill exchange, where there are combat skills and cultivation techniques of countless races. Some people specially try to integrate various combat skills, and some people study cultivation techniques. You will definitely benefit a lot from there. Is there anyone who sells world origins?" Long Yu twitched the corner of her mouth. "Brother, you have a big appetite. If there is a world origin, people will go crazy for it. Do you think they will keep it for you? They will definitely use it for themselves. Who knows if there will be people who can't use it at all?" Long Yu was speechless. What kind of logic is this? How strong must a person be to be unable to use the world origin? An emperor. Long Yu said, "Anyway, you can have everything except the world origin. There is a special resource matching shop in the Origin Sea. As long as you have money, you can match as many resources as possible and put them into the Origin Sea. Do you want to fill up the Origin Sea in an instant?" "Yes, it has been filled." Long Yu was speechless again. "Can we still have a good chat?" She said, "So now your Origin Sea has been opened to the limit, and your resources have been filled. Do you lack chaotic energy?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Long Yu asked, "Do you want immortal spiritual energy?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, quite a lot." Long Yu asked, "What about ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures?" "I have 5 or 6. Long Yu was stunned. She stood still and looked at Han Fei. "Tycoon, let's be friends, okay? I don't want to work hard anymore." Han Fei chuckled. "Okay, then wait for me to prove my Tao first." Long Yu was immediately discouraged. She knew that a strong master would come, but she didn't expect that a tycoon would come. It didn't lack anything except for the world's origin energy. Wouldn't you be angry? He wanted to show off the rich resources of the Wanderer City, but he failed. Long Yu said, "I heard that you fought Sky Splitter alone and killed 11 kings." Han Fei asked, "You know that too?" Long Yu said, "Of course. Everyone in the Heaven Chosen team knows about it. Many people want to learn from you." Han Fei said, "Then let's talk about it after I go in. How about you introduce the Wanderer City to me while we walk? Then we can go straight to see the Lord of Silence." Long Yu scoffed. "You're really boring. What else can I tell you except for resources?" Han Fei said, "Humanities." Long Yu opened her mouth. "Okay, you are really good. You are the first person who only listened to humanities before entering the Heaven Chosen team. This is the city. In fact, you can release your perception freely. No one cares about you here as long as you don't peep at girls. You see, the streets are full of people of all races. Well, at present, there are 3,036 races in the Wanderer City. Among them, the human population accounts for about 1%, which is a very high proportion." Just as Long Yu was talking, she saw a cluster of flowers, stepping on their roots and running quickly on the ground. coming to Han Fei. "Brother, do you want to buy flowers? Buy a flower for this beautiful sister? It's very cheap, only an explorer-level energy crystal." Han Fei. Long Yu immediately shut up and looked at Han Fei curiously, wondering what Han Fei was going to do. Han Fei took out an energy crystal and handed it over without hesitation. He didn't want to buy flowers, but he just wanted to see where this flower demon would take out flowers from. Was she going to pick them from him? As soon as she saw Han Fei take out the energy crystal, a big red flower grew out of the top of the little flower demon's cluster, and its roots were directly cut off and sent to Han Fei by the tentacles of the flower tentacles. "Thank you, brother." Seeing the little flower demon run away, Han Fei said in surprise. She gave away part of her body. Isn't she afraid that someone will refine her essence blood and extract her soul mark? Long Yu giggled. Of course not, because this is the Wanderer City, and this flower will wither after a day, and that wisp of power will return to her body. Han Fei thought to himself, so I just bought loneliness? Then Han Fei handed the big red flower to Long Yu. "This is for you." "Thank you, but I think we should leave here as soon as possible." Han Fei wondered why. Long Yu didn't speak, but soon she saw a group of hundreds of strange races rushing towards Han Fei. There was a fruit fairy with a fruit hanging on her head, a little red fatty who looked like a pill furnace, spitting out pills from his mouth, and a tree demon who cut open his wrist and poured a drink. Han Fei's face immediately darkened. "F***CK, I bought your flower. How dare you betray me?" Han Fei looked at Long Yu, and Long Yu shrugged and said, "Well, this is the culture of the Wanderer City. Everyone takes good care of the children's growth. If you buy a flower, it means that you are a relatively resourceful expert. Come on, it's time for you to show your love. Don't worry, the little flower demon knows what to do. He won't call more than 100 people." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. There were exactly 100 people, no more, no less. "Brother, buy a sweet pill. It can make people feel happy. Brother, the sister next to you wants to drink tree juice. Give me 2 cups. Brother, I just grew a fruit. I only grow one a month. It's just an energy crystal. Brother!" What could Han Fei do in the face of a bunch of half-grown children? He could only pay. When Han Fei's 100 energy crystals were gone, he only held a cup of tree juice in his hand, while Long Yu was eating happily. She had a drink in her left hand and a fruit in her right hand. The sweet pill was still flying in her mouth, and she chewed it crisply. Long Yu said, "This kind of thing happens all the time. When everyone is happy, they will come to share their wealth. Well, we have a lot of delicious food here, such as the ones I'm eating now. I like sweet pills best. They're super sweet." Han Fei said, "Well, let's go to see the Lord of Silence as soon as possible." Slurp. Long Yu finished the tree juice drink in one gulp and said, "Let's go." The Wander City is a place where everyone lives. When they are tired of fighting, they can come here to stay for a few days. It's not a bad idea to stroll around. The main feature of the whole city is life. People separated their lives and cultivation very much. But in fact, it's no different from other cities. They will also die, but they all die silently. The city is still peaceful. This is the culture of the Wander City. Chapter 2174. After seeing the prosperity and harmony of the city of wanderers, Han Fei finally understood why these wanderers worshipped Gu Tingnan as a god. A man who could build a city like this must have a high social status. Therefore, Han Fei realized what these people believed in. All the wanderers needed a harbor, and the city of wanderers was one of them. They could be more ruthless than anyone outside, but in the city they were just high-quality citizens who were amiable. The killings outside wouldn't be brought back to the city, which was one of their principles. After a while, Han Fei saw where the Master of Silence lived. It was an ice palace that was less than 2,000 kilometers above the sea in the sky above the city. There were many people living in these ice crystals. He was probably the most powerful emperor in the world. At least he was friendly. Outside the palace, Long Yu said with a smile, "I'll wait for you outside. My master is very amiable. Don't feel pressured." Han Fei smiled at Long Yu. This girl was a bit talkative, but she wasn't bad. The killings didn't bury her wisdom. He had to admit that Gu Tingnan was also a meticulous person. This was an ice palace, but he had planted flowers and plants here, built a place that looked like a courtyard, and even made doors and windows as well as furniture. Han Fei didn't use his perception to check. He just walked forward. After passing the courtyard, under a tree, Han Fei saw Duan Qingxi, who was sitting on the grass, leaning against a tree and reading some books. Han Fei had never expected that Duan Qingxi, one of the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers, would be here. However, her hair was black and beautiful. At this moment, she was sitting on the ground casually, like a woman basking in the sun. When Han Fei passed by Duan Qingxi, he found that this emperor was eating sweet pills. Furthermore, there was a jar full of sweet pills beside her. She was going to eat them as snacks. Duan Qingxi didn't even need to look up to know that Han Fei was staring at the sweet pills. She couldn't help but frown and look up. "Do you want one?" What else could Han Fei say? He nodded. So, Duan Qingxi flicked her fingers, and a sweet pill flew to Han Fei. Han Fei pinched it with 2 fingers and stuffed it into his mouth. Crack, crack, sigh. "It seems really sweet. Thanks." After saying that, Han Fei walked into the palace. Duan Qingxi was also a little curious. This man didn't greet her at all when he saw her, as if he were looking at an ordinary person. Did he not know her? Even if he didn't know them, he should have heard of them, right? So she raised her head and glanced at Han Fei. Suddenly, Duan Qingxi squinted her eyes. "This back view, come back." Han Fei turned around and heard Duan Qingxi say, "Your name is Neza?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. The 2 of them stared at each other for over 10 breaths of time before Duan Qingxi said, "Go." Rich people should take care of the businesses in the city. The sweet pill is the most delicious pill in the Wander City. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Did they advertise the Tian pill? After Han Fei left, Duan Qingxi scratched her head and said to the air, "Tingnan, something's not right. I think I've seen this person before. He seems to be Ren Tianfei that I told you about. His back view is very similar. I'm sure it's the same person. Did he hide his strength? I didn't see it." But then a voice sounded in Duan Qingxi's head. "He didn't hide his strength, but he is indeed the person you said. But this is not his real body. This is just an incarnation of his." "Oh, does that mean that Ren Tianfei is fine?" His incarnation is already so strong. He's trying to steal the title of human emperor from you. To be precise, I can't be called human emperor right now. After all, most humans are still trapped in the scavenger city. Humph. He hasn't proved his Tao yet, and he wants to steal the title of human emperor from you? No way. I won't admit it. Han Fei didn't know the conversation between Duan Qingxi and Gu Tingnan. When he saw Gu Tingnan, the guy wasn't wearing a mask. His face wasn't very handsome, but it was chiseled and masculine. He should be the type that women liked. At this moment, Gu Tingnan was playing with the healing divine light in his hand. Yes, he was squeezing the healing divine light as if it were plasticine. Although it was only the size of a palm, it contained terrifying vitality. Han Fei couldn't help but think that this guy's heavenly awakening divine light must be very advanced since it had been 100,000 years. When his real body saw the liquid divine light for the first time, he was already touched. If everything went according to plan, when he saw his real body again, the liquid healing divine light should have been completed. Seeing Gu Tingnan, Han Fei didn't bow to him. No human emperor should bow to a human emperor, even though he was in the Pioneer Sea realm, which was 2 levels lower than Gu Tingnan. "You're here? I'm here." The table in Gu Tingnan's house was the kind of square table that could seat 4 people. There was no throne here. He patted the table casually and said, "Sit." Han Fei didn't refuse and sat opposite Gu Tingnan casually. Gu Tingnan looked at him and said casually, "Tell me about the chaotic ocean. It's been 100,000 years. I wonder what it's like now." Han Fei didn't hide anything and quickly told Gu Tingnan about the situation in the chaotic vast sea. The imperial palace? Gu Tingnan slightly frowned. I mean, it doesn't make sense that no one can come out after so many years. Is the imperial palace really so dangerous? Han Fei said, "Danger is relative. Besides, it's a good thing that the people inside can't come out." What should they do after they come out? Become slaves of the 10,000 Scales clan? Gu Tingnan slightly nodded and then asked, "How is Xia Hongzhu?" Han Fei said, "She's recovered, but her strength hasn't returned to its peak yet." Gu Tingnan said, "It's a pity that her potential is higher than mine. If it weren't for what happened in the past, she might have already proven her Tao." Han Fei said, "Outsiders can't be trusted. The primitive city is a good example." Gu Tingnan chuckled. "On the other hand, what do you think of the city of wanderers?" Han Fei nodded. "Not bad." Han Fei made an objective comment. Although outsiders couldn't be trusted, the city of wanderers was indeed well built. However, Han Fei thought that the city of wanderers was supported by Gu Tingnan. If Gu Tingnan died, it wouldn't be easy for the city of wanderers to rise again even if he still had faith. Therefore, in the final analysis, the city of wanderers had to be stronger. Only the strong had the right to speak. Gu Tingnan chuckled. "What about you? If you have a plan, control a city. It's not easy to overthrow the city of scavengers in the chaotic wasteland. Although the city of wanderers rose quickly, it doesn't have enough power to resist the city of scavengers and the primitive city." Han Fei said with a smile, "Then why do you still dare to attack the city of scavengers?" Gu Tingnan said, "We have to fight. The Wanderer City could only rely on fearlessness and a life and death struggle. The city of scavengers is rooted here, so they don't dare to fight the city of wanderers. The city of scavengers is also scared of the primitive city, so they won't really fight the city of wanderers." Han Fei said, "But they won't be willing to see you develop. This kind of war will definitely continue." "Why? You fought the 3 emperors alone last time. Can you still fight like this?" Gu Tingnan rubbed the healing divine light in his hand a few times before stuffing it into his mouth and swallowing it. "You should know that I have the apocalypse divine technique. I believe that even if I leave, there must be a legend about me." Han Fei thought, "So what? I can do the apocalypse divine technique too. But I can't tell you now." Han Fei found that there were no more questions to ask, so he replied, "My plan is to improve my own strength. I can control a lot of the city of scavengers, but it's meaningless. I can't defeat an emperor right now, but what if I rise fast enough?" After a pause, Han Fei said, "I'm here to visit the city of wanderers and find a place for my incarnation to cultivate. The other is to find a place for my avatar to cultivate. You don't mind if I split open the sky here, do you?" Gu Tingnan shrugged slightly. "Of course not. You can help me kill so many enemies. Why should I mind? As for the battle for the throne, let's see who can break through the city of wanderers first and save the human race." Han Fei said with a smile, "You can't fight for it. It belongs to whoever deserves it. Just let nature take its course." "That's true." The two of them were silent for a while. "Then will you join the heaven-chosen team?" Han Fei said, "I have a question to ask." Gu Tingnan said, "Go ahead." Han Fei asked, "How do I find the origin mark or star bead deep in my soul?" Gu Tingnan chuckled. "You even know about star beads. It seems that you're very fast." Gu Tingnan said, "I can't give you a clear answer to this question. It has to do with the strength of your soul. When your soul power reaches a very high level, you can naturally see through your opponent's soul mark at a glance. I can give you a conservative number. After 500 points of spiritual force, your spiritual force will become abnormally powerful. You will be able to find or sense the weak point of the connection between your opponent's spiritual force and the origin sea. You will even be able to see through your opponent's origin mark. Oh, no wonder. It turns out that the stronger the soul power, the better. Han Fei got up. Got it. Thank you. Han Fei didn't ask who the person who helped Gu Ting Nan was. If he should know, Gu Ting Nan wouldn't have kept it a secret. Gu Ting Nan didn't mention anything about protecting the chaotic Azure Sea. This meant that the chaotic Azure Sea was temporarily safe. A moment later, outside the palace, Long Yu said in surprise, "You're out so soon? How is it? What good things did my master give you?" Han Fei couldn't help but look back and then asked blankly, "What? Did he give me anything good?" Long Yu. Well, Han Fei smiled lightly. "It doesn't matter. From today on, this is the place where I split open the sky." Chapter 2175. 300 years later. Mountain City. In Han Fei's origin sea in the Lord's mansion. At this moment, a large number of ownerless souls were being devoured and assimilated by Han Fei's soul. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and the tide of energy in his body fluctuated. "Who?" Han Fei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and woke up from cultivation. He immediately looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 101. Sky opening. See 10,000 family tree, 200016. Chaotic energy 2. 12 million spiritual power 4086012. Perception range 4. 1 million kilometers. Power 301. 2625 waves. First spiritual heritage, primordial vein. Second spiritual heritage, vein of eternal darkness. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 95. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 99. Main art, time fishing, level 8 of void fishing. Emperor level, divine quality. This was Han Fei's 100-second seclusion. Compared with when he first came to the chaotic wasteland, his strength had actually doubled. Han Fei could have continued to absorb the power of the energy crystals and the ownerless souls. However, it was not enough to just cultivate without experience and battle experience. Relying on pure cultivation to cultivate out of thin air required a long period of time to consolidate it. This was also the reason why Han Fei cultivated slowly and steadily. His goal was not to be as strong as Pan Letian at the beginning, but now that he had unleashed his full strength, he should be able to enter the 10 great lords. However, the problem was that his jade-like bones might not be able to bear the limit of his current strength. Therefore, Han Fei had not only absorbed energy and ownerless souls for such a long time. A small half of his 3 million points of strength came from the hard practice of the void, physical, refinement technique. During the cultivation process, Han Fei found that a large number of ownerless souls could continue to be integrated into his jade-like bones. And the continuously strengthened jade-like bones were producing liquid jade essence. The golden jade essence could enhance the transformation of his qi and blood. It could also enhance his defense and bone toughness. It could even purify and detoxify. However, the transformation of the golden jade essence was too difficult. Even if Han Fei cultivated intermittently for 300 years, it would still take him 10,000 years. However, Han Fei only refined 8 drops of gold jade essence in total. Not even 1,000th of the fish bones in his body were filled. The difficulty of cultivation made Han Fei realize that he had to cultivate slowly with time and resources. Even if he cultivated for 100,000 years, he might not even be able to reach Pan Letian's level. True cultivation still required actual combat, where one had to face a lot of pressure and increase one's potential. Moreover, the resources that he could come into contact with now were no longer enough for his needs. In the near future, he had to think of ways to find better and stronger resources. Han Fei carved seals on the Origin Sea with the power of his divine soul. 300 years had passed, and it was time for him to leave. Lord's mansion. Han Fei scanned with his perception and said casually, "Come to see me." In a moment, Hong Yu and Yue and the others had already come to Han Fei. "Your Majesty." Han Fei looked at Hong Yu. "Has anyone come to investigate recently?" Hong Yu said, "Your Majesty, there has always been someone else. A few kings have come to the main city. It seems that they are waiting for you to come out of seclusion." "Well, let them wait for now." Then Han Fei looked at Yue and the others. "These people must be here for two things. One of them is to promote me, Xue Fei. When the time comes, you will follow Xue Fei to city number 68. Then Han Fei looked at Hong Yu. "The mountain city is my first plan. Nothing can go wrong here, so I need you to guard it. If everything goes well, new heaven-opening state experts will come soon. Although your Origin Sea has been established, you are still far from opening the sky. Even if you sense the opportunity of opening the sky, don't worry about it. As for the Emperor, leave it to me." Hiss! Hong Yu looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Your Majesty, are you going to do it in the city?" Yue and the others were also shocked. Is it really okay to kill an emperor alone? It must be noted that Han Fei was not just killing an emperor. He was going to refine the emperor into a puppet before he died, which was much more difficult than killing an emperor. Han Fei said, "Don't worry about it." "Yue, how is the expansion of your Origin Sea?" Yue and the others bowed. "Your Majesty, with enough resources, Ruqing and I have expanded our Origin Sea to 100,000 kilometers. Chu Lingyu, Jiang Liuyu, and Jiang Ye's Origin Sea have also reached more than 80,000 kilometers." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Not bad, but not enough. You are all talented. In a situation where there are abundant resources, hunting and fighting all over the place, this speed is still slightly slow." Yue and the others looked ashamed. In the past 300 years, with enough resources, their strength had almost doubled. However, so what if it was doubled? It was not enough. After all, they were limited by the lack of battles in the city, and there was no corresponding trial field. Of course, in the past 300 years, they had been crazily practicing the combat skills and techniques Han Fei gave them. Even so, in Han Fei's eyes, they were only not bad. When Ruqing said, "Your Majesty, we will continue to work hard," Han Fei said, "Your Majesty, you lack opponents and can't grow quickly, which is also a problem. Later, I will find a way to create some conditions for you. But for now, you still have to endure." When he arrived at Bayou City on number 68, it would be more dangerous there. Moreover, the number of scavengers that appeared there was also more than in Shanqing. Don't be polite to scavengers. Kill. Yue and the others cupped their hands. "Yes, Your Majesty." Han Fei released Xue Fei and disappeared quietly. In the Lord's mansion, Han Fei left a message, "Wait for me to come back. I'll see the envoys from the main cities again." Yue and the others took a deep breath, knowing that they still had to work hard. When Ruqing said, "Senior Hong Yu, Your Majesty seems to be planning something big." Hong Yu smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about Your Majesty's affairs. By the way, go to White Jade City first. The knowledge you have learned on how to manage a city over the years will come in handy." "Wow." Jiang Yu, the youngest, said in surprise, "Your Majesty, won't you stay in White Jade City?" Hong Yu sneered. "Why would you stay in White Jade City? How could the human sovereign's plan be limited to just one or two cities? What he's after is the entire scavenger city. He has been cultivating in seclusion here for 300 years. This is already the longest and most ridiculous seclusion I have ever seen." Jiang Yu said, "But Your Majesty often comes out of seclusion. He has come out more than 100 times." Hong Yu immediately frowned. "You talk too much. As long as Your Majesty doesn't leave, he is basically in seclusion. Jiang Yu couldn't help but secretly stick out her tongue, thinking that your Majesty's seclusion time was really short. 3 days later, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the mountain city, Feng Tianyi rushed all the way. 300 years had passed, and he was ordered to take over the mountain city. He didn't expect that he could take over the position of lord as soon as he returned from the graveyard. Although the mountain city was relatively far away, there were still many people who wanted it. If he hadn't commanded the graveyard for 20,000 years, he wouldn't have become the lord of the mountain city. Chirp! Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Feng Tianyi suddenly had a thought. A strange black creature appeared in front of him. That's a bird. Feng Tianyi was a heaven-opening realm expert, after all, and he had some knowledge. Although there had never been a bird in the chaotic wasteland, it didn't mean that he hadn't heard of it. Occasionally, some rumors about the divine East Sea would spread to the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, he immediately recognized that it was a bird, an inauspicious bird-type creature. This is the first time I've seen one. Out of curiosity, Feng Tianyi flew past and arrived in front of the bird-type creature. However, when his eyes met the big bird that he thought was an inauspicious creature, at that moment, Feng Tianyi felt as if he was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. An ancient and wild aura came toward him, and he felt as if he was in a primitive world. The sky was filled with blood. There were giant beasts roaring, wings flying, and ferocious beasts covered in blood rushing toward him. Oh no, this is not an inauspicious creature. Unfortunately, it was too late when Feng Tianyi reacted. When he shattered everything around him, he only saw a cold light. Bam! Feng Tianyi exploded instantly. His body couldn't resist the horrifying sword chi at all and was crushed into pieces. Humph! Han Fei's figure appeared. As he waved his hand, the space within 1,000 kilometers was blocked by a barrier of time. Han Fei fished with a fishing rod and took out the nautical globe. As the nautical globe spun, he pointed his finger and tore open the entrance to Feng Tianyi's origin sea. Half a day later, Han Fei appeared in the outside world, and the puppet Feng Tianyi came out with him. As soon as Han Fei came out, he saw the Emperor Sparrow crushing an ominous creature with its claws. With a casual peck, the ominous creature's energy crystal was swallowed into its stomach. The inauspicious air was also absorbed by the Emperor Sparrow's body. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. You can eat this. This is an inauspicious mist. It can mess up one's divine soul and make them go crazy. The Emperor Sparrow said indifferently, Do you know why all races think I'm an inauspicious creature? Chapter 2176. Although the Emperor Sparrow was Han Fei's spiritual beast, they didn't communicate much with each other. This was the first time the Emperor Sparrow had revealed its ability to devour ominous aura, and it seemed like it was going to tell Han Fei why. Han Fei smiled. Why do you suddenly want to tell me? Vermilion Bird said, There's no special reason. You've already become stronger, although it's not enough. But at the very least, he could be considered an expert. There are some things that I can communicate with you now. Han Fei frowned. So you never communicated with me before because you thought I was not strong enough? Okay, then let's talk it out today. All these years, I've never fused with you, because I know that you are arrogant. Besides, I don't know how you entered my soul sea and became my spiritual beast. However, I can foresee that you will definitely have a lot of memories with you. I've always been waiting for you to tell me. After all, no matter how strong you were in the past, no matter how you fought against all heaven's experts. But now, you're my spiritual beast, and I'm your master. This can't be changed. In fact, Han Fei really wanted to experience the feeling of fusing with the Emperor Sparrow. Based on the Emperor Sparrow's performance in the past, even though it wasn't as strong as him, its doctrine, heart, aura, and life level were all at the level of venerable sovereigns. From the moment the Emperor Sparrow became his spiritual beast, Han Fei knew that he was raising an emperor-level master. Because of this, Han Fei was very tolerant of the Arch Sparrow. At the same time, he was also working hard to become stronger. He also wanted to become the master of the Arch Sparrow. Therefore, the fact that the Emperor Sparrow suddenly wanted to communicate with him was a great thing. The Imperial Sparrow said, "The Imperial Sparrow is indestructible. I will die, but I will not perish." Every generation of the Emperor Sparrow would inherit the legacy of the previous generation. Logically speaking, it's impossible for me to become your gifted spiritual beast. This is the only thing that's not reflected in my inherited memory. But since I'll become your spiritual beast, I can only say that you and I should be a strong alliance. Now that I've seen you grow to your current Heaven opening stage strength and how you can easily kill Heaven opening stage experts, I've once again confirmed that our alliance is a powerful alliance. Han Fei said with a smile, "From what you said, you and I seem to have a great cause to work together, right?" The Emperor Sparrow ignored Han Fei's teasing. "There's one thing that I'm very similar to you. This is also the answer that the previous Emperor Sparrow couldn't find, even though his combat power was comparable to that of a god." Han Fei asked curiously, "What?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "I'm not sure about my Tao heart or my true path." DK said, "Being born as a monarch isn't necessarily a good thing. It could be due to the strength of one's bloodline or inheritance. However, I seem to be lacking a path." Every generation of the Emperor Sparrows sought to return to their ancestral roots, because we wanted to know the secrets of the first generation Emperor Sparrow. But in this life, I was born as a gifted spiritual beast. I suddenly discovered that, in reality, I don't necessarily have to trace back to the exceptional talents. I can also be like you, or even like these millions and millions of creatures. Walk a path that belongs to me. Han Fei listened carefully. "So, as a naturally endowed spiritual beast, you were enlightened?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "Not really. I just know the truth, but I'm still far from being enlightened. In the future, if there's a chance, you and I can fight side by side. I mean the kind that can fuse." Han Fei grinned. "Okay, however, let's get back to the topic at hand. Why can you swallow the ominous aura?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "This level of ominous aura isn't really ominous. I, on the other hand, am born to swallow ominous, darkness, extraterrestrial devils, horror. I can swallow most of the negative things in your eyes. Even in the spiritual sea, I can also devour the horror left in the spiritual sea to grow. Of course, it's not that fast. After all, I'm about to open the sky." Han Fei was lost for words. Is there no side effect in such a way of growth? The Emperor Sparrow said, "This is the talent of the Emperor Sparrow bloodline. The ominous aura in the chaotic wasteland is actually a lot of negative emotions, which are equivalent to the darkness of an entire world. They all gather here and break out every once in a while. It's like a curse that keeps haunting me and acting up again and again." Han Fei was confused. Negative emotions? The Emperor Sparrow said the so-called negative emotions contain too many things. Maybe too many starting grounds are buried here. An invisible negative karma has formed the ominous aura. Maybe all the sins in this world are attracted by some kind of power and gather here, breaking out sometimes. Therefore, when mortals touch it, their minds will be disturbed, they will lose their minds, and then they will go crazy. They will be driven by killing, lust, and all the negative emotions and lose their identity. Han Fei was intrigued. Since you can swallow the ominous aura, will you become stronger because of it? Han Fei had to guess. If swallowing the ominous aura could make one stronger, then the Emperor Sparrow's growth would be limitless. The Emperor Sparrow said yes, but it will take a long time. I'm more suitable for powers like the primordial evil chi that are full of battle aura. The power in the ominous aura is too heterogeneous. Although I can digest it, the level of the energy isn't high. Unless they could find its source, these ordinary ominous auras wouldn't be of much use. At most, it can become part of my combat power. Han Fei thought, isn't that enough? Han Fei sighed slightly. It's a pity that the ominous aura is inexhaustible. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Anything that is inexhaustible can only mean that it's ordinary. There are only so few good things. It's impossible for it to give you so many." Han Fei agreed with him, and then he said, "Then when will you split open the sky? You've been stuck in this bottleneck for a long time, haven't you?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "I'll wait for the opportunity. It's not the right time yet. I'll consolidate my strength during this period. Aren't you going to the scavenger city? I'm looking forward to how you'll conquer this city." Han Fei sneered. "Conquer? That's a long-term plan." Han Fei thought, "In fact, I can conquer it now. I can just call him eldest senior brother." But that obviously wouldn't work. This was what the human emperor should do, not eldest senior brother. The scavenger city was the first step for his rise in the sea realm. If he couldn't take this step on his own, how could he, a disciple of the Void Temple and the human emperor, rise in the sea realm? One day later, Mountain City, Feng Tianyi arrived, and Xue Fei announced the successor lord in the city, and the city was directly transferred to Feng Tianyi. In fact, it was just two puppets talking, and the messengers who had come from the main city also waited for Xue Fei to come out of seclusion. In the Lord's mansion, Feng Tianyi and Xue Fei pretended to be polite. This scene was very weird in the eyes of Hong Yu and Inyue. They were talking to the human emperor himself. They didn't know what it would feel like to talk to himself. At this moment, the retired Xue Fei received these messengers. The three messengers first cupped their fists and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Master Xue Fei, on taking over the White Jade City." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, I know why you're here. You can go back first. After I go to the White Jade City to take over, I will naturally take that person to the main city." The three messengers responded respectfully. "Then we'll have to trouble Lord Xue Fei." "Well, Master Xue Fei, the higher-ups said that the taxes of the mountain city will return to normal in the future." Han Fei snorted in his heart, thinking to himself, "These stingy guys." However, after 300 years of development, the overall strength of the major villages in the mountain city shouldn't be bad. So Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, Feng Tianyi will take care of this matter. You don't have to do it." The three messengers were also speechless. The only purpose of their visit was to remind Xue Fei not to forget the two things that he should do. Now that the task was completed, they didn't want to stay in this place. As the saying went, one had to do a good job. On the same day, in the little sea village, Xue Fei came in person, and the pressure of the emperor shocked the whole village. Xue Fei shouted, "Yi Fenglu, I promised you that the taxes of the mountain city will be reduced for 300 years. Now, 300 years have passed, and it's time for you to leave with me." All the people in the little sea village, except Zhao Jing, were dumbfounded. It wasn't until they saw Yi Fenglu being taken away that they cried out involuntarily, "What?" It turns out that the tax reduction for 300 years was exchanged by Yi Fenglu with his future? Damn it, Yi Fenglu didn't tell us this for 300 years? Does he still regard us as his brothers? Someone was speechless. Forget it. It's because he regards us as his brothers that Yi Fenglu did this. With his own strength, he reduced the taxes of the mountain city for 300 years. How ambitious and courageous he is. Chen Qing said, "Yi Fenglu is a man who will be recorded in the history of our little sea village." And only Zhao Jing knew the truth of all this. At the moment when she saw Yi Fenglu leave, she knew that this journey would be full of difficulties, and he could only bear it alone. Chapter 2177 The City of Scavengers. Xue Fei led Yi Fenglu into the enemy's city again. Han Fei had been planning this for 300 years, but the time hadn't come yet. Now, Han Fei thought that his strength had reached the peak of a stage. Next, all he had to do was think about how to develop the Origin Sea. This time, Han Fei didn't plan to leave in a short time. Their purpose was not the graveyard battlefield, but a big event that he had been preparing for hundreds of years. He wanted to fight for an opportunity in the city of scavengers, law enforcement camp, Zhao Honghuang's residence. Since Han Fei had come, he had made full preparations. In the past 300 years, Zhang Daqian's clone had already passed the tribulation and continued to train in the 68 Bayou city with little Fatty. In these 300 years, with Zhang Daqian's supreme talent, his growth rate wouldn't be much slower than Mooncherry and the others. Although the Origin Sea hadn't been developed to 100,000 kilometers, it was because Han Fei didn't want to spoil it. Nez's clone could go to the City of Wanderers to train, and Han Fei gave him the Navigator, the 9-palace destiny ruler, and many magic treasures. In the City of Wanderers, Nez's clone would naturally find a lot of battles to digest his growth. However, Zhang Daqian's clone didn't have the same fighting environment as Nez's clone, so now the Origin Sea had only been developed to 70,000 kilometers. With 300 years of hunting, it was barely not spoiling it. However, the follow-up improvement would take time, and during this time, he didn't have to think about it. Now, in the City of Scavengers, as long as Mo Qi didn't betray him, Han Fei was confident that even Emperor Wanlin wouldn't be able to recognize him. In order to make Mo Qi think that Yi Fenglu was not his real body, Han Fei forcibly sealed his Tao of Time. At this moment, in the depths of the law enforcement camp, Zhao Honghuang was looking at Han Fei. Zhao Honghuang's eyes seemed to have magic power. He seemed to be able to see through Han Fei at a glance. But Han Fei himself was not easy to deal with. He had completely simulated a race, from the flesh and blood, to the scales, to the hair, eyelashes, nails, breathing, and the flow of blood in his body, which were completely different from that of the human race. Oh, it's a heavenly heritage. No wonder you were so confident that you wanted to cut taxes for 300 years. A long time later, Zhao Honghuang withdrew his gaze and asked indifferently, "How large is the quintessent sea?" Shui Fei said respectfully, "Lord Primordial Desolation, this child's origin sea has already been opened for 70,000 kilometers. 300 years, 70,000 miles? Even Zhao Honghuang could not help but be slightly stunned. This speed was not impossible. If he forcefully used resources and opened up his origin sea every day, it was not impossible. Of course, even if they could do it, there weren't many geniuses who could do it. That was why only Yingyue and Wenruqing's origin sea expanded to 100,000 kilometers after Han Fei gave them enough resources. After all, even if there were enough resources, it would take a long time for a king to open an origin sea. Yingyue and Wenruqing were able to open up 100,000 kilometers because they were extremely lacking in resources. Thus, after obtaining resources, their bodies were like a dry desert, madly absorbing them. Another point was that they had already opened up an origin sea that was close to 70,000 kilometers long. However, in Zhao Honghuang's opinion, it was not easy for someone who had just reached the sea expansion realm to open an origin sea of 70,000 kilometers in 300 years, even if there were enough resources. Zhao Honghuang looked at Han Fei and asked, "Tell me, how long will it take to open up an origin sea of 100,000 kilometers?" Han Fei said respectfully, "If there are enough trials, battles, opportunities, and resources, it will take at most 100 years or even less." "Humph, you're quite confident." Han Fei saluted. "This is the basic confidence to become a strong master." Zhao Honghuang looked at Han Fei, whose eyes were extremely cold and whose body was emitting murderous intent. He knew that Shui Fei must have trained this person a lot over the years. He even felt that Shui Fei wanted to be Yi Fengliu's guide. Shui Fei even felt that Yi Fenglu would definitely surpass him one day, so he took care of Yi Fenglu so much. However, Zhao Honghuang would never have thought that Han Fei was a fake, heavenly talent in disguise. Zhao Honghuang said, I'll give you 30 years to enter the top 1,000 of the law enforcement camp's sea expansion list. If you can do it, you'll have all the trials, battles, opportunities, and resources you want. If you can't do it, I'll throw you into the graveyard battlefield. You can only return when you kill 100 experts of the same level. Do you have any objections? Han Fei shook his head. Scavengers had their own way of training experts, and the law enforcement camp was a place to train experts. But no matter what, he would definitely win this bet. Besides, Han Fei never liked to rise slowly. Entering the top 1,000 of the sea expansion list was underestimating him. What he wanted was to rise strongly. Zhao Honghuang casually threw 3 pieces of black soil to Xue Fei and said bluntly, "If this boy is as strong as you expect, I'll give you 3 more pieces of black soil." Xue Fei was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Thank you, Lord Honghuang." Qin Yan, hearing Zhao Honghuang's order, law enforcer Qin Yan quickly flashed over. "Lord Honghuang, I'm here." Zhao Honghuang said, "This boy doesn't need to be thrown into the newbie camp. Throw him to the Death God Mountain and test his basic strength." The Death God Mountain? Chen Yan couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. Throw him to the Death God Mountain? Chen Yan had been living in the main city for a long time, so he was very smart. It seemed that the seedling Xue Fei trained was very strong. It was rare for one to be sent to the Death God Mountain in 1,000 years. If this boy was really good, then Xue Fei should make friends with him. Chen Yan said, "Brother Xue, then I won't see you off. I'll take Yi Fenglu with me." Xue Fei nodded. "Brother Chen, please." The scavenger city was built on top of a primitive cemetery. There were more than 10 primitive cemeteries that could be reached. Among them, there were 5 or 6 that were specially used for the law enforcement camp's training. Among them, the Death God Mountain was one of the more dangerous ones. It had been personally set up by the emperor and changed into a strength test ground. Although it was a test ground, it was also one of the more dangerous ones. Han Fei didn't have the strength to resist Qin Yan, so in the blink of an eye, Han Fei came to a valley depression deep in the law enforcement camp. There were 6 caves here, and shrouded in colorful light. In this valley depression, Han Fei sensed that thousands of pioneer sea-state kings had set up cave residences here. When Qin Yan brought Han Fei to the entrance of the cave, many people looked at them in confusion. "Huh? Master Qin Yan brought someone here in person? And a newcomer? What race is that person? Although his body is also covered in scales, he doesn't have a tail. He doesn't seem to be from our 10,000 Scales clan. Please remove the word seems. He clearly isn't. I wonder what kind of strange race he is. It doesn't matter. We'll know the news in the city tomorrow. But what is this person doing? These are all trial grounds. He's a newcomer. Is he going to start the trial?" While the kings were discussing among themselves. In the valley, Chen Yan said to Han Fei, the Death God Mountain, as its name is a mountain. There was a testing ground at the top of the mountain. At that time, there would be wave after wave of sea expansion, living corpses trying to kill you. The Death God Mountain has no limit. I will judge you based on your combat strength, speed, spirit strength, and other comprehensive strengths. Of course, the premise is that you're alive. Oh, by the way, on the Death God Mountain, you can't connect to the origin sea. The origin of the world there is sealed by the Great Emperor. You can only rely on the power stored in your body. How many you can kill depends on your own ability. Then Chen Yan pointed and said, "That's a void stone tablet, which records the names of the top 100 people of the Death God Mountain. Among them, the last one is Shanzai, with 356 kills." Han Fei frowned slightly. If they were opponents of the same level, it didn't make sense for one person to kill 356. Even he could kill 356 kings of the same level? Are you kidding me? That was without using the power of the origin sea. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that there must be something wrong with the living dead strength. Otherwise, the 100th place on the list would be as strong as the 10 lords. If the scavenger city was so strong, the vagrant city and the primitive city would have been slaughtered long ago. Han Fei said, "Shall we start now?" Qin Yin shook his head slightly. "Sure enough, young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth," he said. "Just go in from this entrance. Since Xue Fei thinks so highly of you, I'd like to see what's different about you. Go." Around him, the kings couldn't help but be shocked. Someone said in surprise, "Damn it, is a newcomer going to the Death God Mountain?" Someone frowned and guessed, "I guess it's just a test. I don't know how many he can kill." In fact, the living dead in the Death God Mountain are just projections created by the origin of the world. They lack fighting vitality and adaptability. Since this kid was brought here by the law enforcer in person, he must be very strong, but I don't think he'll be able to get on the list. Someone sneered. "Isn't that nonsense? How can it be so easy to get on the list? Just wait and see. When this kid comes out, we'll see how many he has killed, and then we'll know his real strength." After Han Fei stepped into the passage, he passed through a chaotic mist and appeared on a dark, red mountain. This mountain was 100 kilometers high and looked extremely hard, but it was still full of potholes, full of the chilling atmosphere of a battlefield. After Han Fei appeared, he heard a tremendous amount of roars after only 3 seconds. When he scanned, he found that his perception range was limited to within 1,000 kilometers. And in this area, one after another, dragging broken bodies, they were slowly walking towards the top of the mountain. There were tens of thousands of them. Chapter 2178. Although there were a large number of living dead, their speed of climbing the mountain didn't seem to be fast, and the mountain seemed to be able to exert pressure on them. Only when they reached the top of this mountain would they burst out with the real power of the Pioneer Sea Realm. Therefore, the difficulty of this kind of test was continuously increasing, because from the first living dead, Han Fei would encounter very few enemies. The later he went, the more living dead would climb the mountain, and the more pressure he would face. When the first living dead appeared on the top of the mountain, it was about 10 minutes after Han Fei came in. The moment the pressure caused by the mountain disappeared, the strength of this puppet-like living dead soared to the peak almost in an instant. It formed a fist seal and punched at Han Fei. As the first puppet, Han Fei was ready to collide head-on. With the identity of a genius that he had created for himself, he couldn't be weak in terms of comprehensive ability. BAM ripples burst out on the mountain, and the body of the living dead cracked. Under Han Fei's punch, its flaws were exposed. Not weak, but not fast enough. There is a Dao, but it seems to be a strength-type Dao. Can a puppet also have a Dao? Han Fei planned to adjust his strength according to the strength of this puppet. So at the beginning, he reserved the power of the first punch, so that when he felt the strength of this puppet, he could adjust the upper limit of his strength in time. Therefore, when Han Fei punched for the second time, his strength was adjusted. BM, with just a single punch, the puppet exploded and continued to crumble. In the dark, Qin Yan and even Zhao Honghuang were watching Han Fei's attack. When Han Fei punched like this, they could instantly judge the strength of Han Fei's punch. The power of Han Fei's first punch was about 150,000 waves. If it was in the chaotic ocean, Han Fei's strength could barely be regarded as good. But in the sea realm, even in the scavenger city, this strength was very ordinary. However, the power of Han Fei's second punch burst out with the power of 230,000 waves, which was already very excellent for Han Fei, who had just opened the sea for 300 years. It must be noted that when Han Fei was level 95, his strength was in the range of 180,000 to 290,000 waves. At that time, Han Fei was already very strong in the chaotic ocean. Therefore, when the power of 230,000 waves burst out, even in the scavenger city, Han Fei's power had surpassed more than 40% of the Pioneer Sea Realm experts. However, in the eyes of Chen Yan and Zhao Honghuang, Han Fei obviously didn't use his full strength in this punch, so they estimated that Han Fei's strength was about 300,000 waves. And if Han Fei's strength reached 300,000 waves, it meant that his strength was probably in the top 40% of the law enforcement camp of the Scavenger City. Although this power was still not very strong, considering the time it took for Han Fei to become a king, it could not be judged simply by power, but by Han Fei's growth rate. Following the appearance of the first living dead, the second and third appeared one after another. However, this time, the zombie roared and condensed a spiritual puncture with the power of his soul, trying to penetrate Han Fei's soul. A living dead that imitates the divine soul? In the void, an invisible storm of impact appeared, and at the same time, the other living dead's speed was obviously much faster. This person appeared behind Han Fei in an instant and attacked with his sharp claws. Han Fei didn't even look back. He slightly tilted his body, and a long knife appeared in his hand. Swish, a cold knife intent burst out, and the speed of this knife intent was far faster than the speed of this living dead. So the living dead was instantly cut in half by Han Fei, and the living dead, who was good at soul power, was stunned by Han Fei's spiritual shock. The next second, the long knife swept by and was also cut in half. After being beheaded, the bodies of the living dead directly dissipated. They were only imitators of the Pioneer Sea Realm, so they would not be reborn. They just had the power of the Pioneer Sea Realm. Therefore, after they were beheaded, they would be gone. Only then did Han Fei understand that the so-called top 100 on the Void Stone Steel and killing more than 300 living dead meant that in theory, as long as you were stronger than these living dead, you could reach the Void Stone Steel as long as you unleashed your king's power more than 300 times. If you faced a powerhouse of the Pioneer Sea Realm, unleashing your power more than 300 times in a row would be comparable to that of a powerhouse of the same realm, and the basic energy stored in your body might not be enough. Therefore, when fighting these living dead, you need to control the use of your own power. In the void, Chen Yan was recording. Strength, between 250,000 and 300,000 waves. Soul strength, currently more than 500,000 points. Knife Dao, knife intent. Good understanding of the way of the knife. However, this was just the beginning. If Han Fei couldn't even defeat the first 3 Pioneer Sea Realms, he wouldn't be able to fight in the future. Then, these 3 types of living dead climbed to the top of the mountain, one after another. Their number increased from 2, 3, 4, until a dozen appeared. Han Fei's attacks began to become quite conservative. At the beginning, his strength burst out from about 250,000 waves to 220,000 waves, which was just enough to pierce through a strength-type living dead. The strength of his soul attack and combat speed were also adjusted accordingly. In the void, the corners of Chen Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Do you think you can kill more living dead in this way? You underestimate the test of the mountain of death too much. After just half an hour, Han Fei had already pierced through 100 living dead in the Pioneer Sea Realm, and Han Fei didn't seem tired at all. However, when the 101st living dead appeared, Han Fei was surprised to find that his punch couldn't pierce through the living dead with one punch. The strength of the living dead has increased, and the improvement is not small. Bam, bam, bam. After a while, when Han Fei killed a dozen living dead, Han Fei couldn't help but notice that the strength of the living dead had generally increased by more than 10% to 20%. The power that Han Fei burst out needed to reach 260,000 waves to pierce through a living dead. Han Fei's heart thumped. The strength of the Pioneer Sea Realm suddenly increased by 20%, which was no joke. In other words, every time they killed 100 living dead, their strength would have a significant improvement. According to the list on the Void Stone Steel, the 100th place could only pierce through more than 300 living dead, and it seemed that the difficulty would get higher and higher. Besides, the appearance of the living dead wouldn't give you time to rest. You had to fight continuously, adjust your strength in time, and know how to control the use of the energy stored in your body. Even when the number of living dead increased to as many as a dozen, the 10 Pioneer Sea Realm Masters attacked together. Even if they were living dead, they couldn't be underestimated. In about half an hour, Han Fei killed another 100 living dead with an average strength of 260,000 waves and a soul of more than 600,000 waves. At this point, Chen Yan had actually nodded slightly. At least, he felt that the seedling sent by Xue Fei was not bad. But Zhao Honghuang didn't respond, which was within his expectation. Xue Fei sacrificed 300 years of taxes to cultivate such a seedling. If he couldn't even kill 200 living dead, it would obviously be a bit exaggerated. In Zhao Honghuang's view, he just wanted to see if Han Fei could kill 300 living dead, which was his standard. When the 200th living dead appeared one after another, Han Fei's strength increased to 310,000 waves. Besides, the scales on his body began to turn slightly red, and so did his eyes. Qin Yan was surprised. Bloodline power? Or a secret method? If it's a secret method, it obviously can't last long, but if it's bloodline power... After the 201st living dead appeared, the speed at which the living dead appeared was faster than before. His strength became stronger, and the speed at which he climbed to the top of the mountain became faster, and the number of living dead that Han Fei had to fight at the same time increased significantly. Han Fei knew that if he could still defeat them easily at this time, there would be a problem. He had to show something special, that was the power of his bloodline, so that Chen Yan and the others would mistakenly think that he was bursting out his potential. BAM, 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 boom, boom, boom in the field. Han Fei's fighting speed was getting faster and faster, and his explosive power had to be kept above 310,000 waves and 750,000 points of spiritual power. In Chen Yan's view, he had to maintain this state for half an hour. Generally speaking, only the top 30% of the Pioneer Sea Realm Masters in the Scavenger City could reach this point. And if he wanted to defeat 300 living dead, Han Fei's strength could basically be ranked among the top 5,000 Pioneer Sea Realm Masters in the Scavenger City. Puff, puff, when Han Fei killed more than 260 living dead, his knife Dao began to change. From the previous knife intent to the current knife Dao, the knife Dao and the true meaning of the way of the knife seemed to have increased his strength to the strongest state. At this time, Han Fei had begun to pretend that he was frequently attacked by the living dead. But also at this time, Han Fei's physique showed its power. Chen Yan said, "Master Primeval, this boy's physique seems to be very strong. His endurance and deflection ability are even better than the 10,000 Scales clans. I'm afraid we'll be able to kill 300 living corpses." Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. Otherwise, Xue Fei wouldn't have spent so much money to train him. When the 301 living dead appeared, Han Fei was panting like he was roaring, and his body almost turned into a flash of light and twisted on the top of the mountain. The scales on Han Fei's body turned completely red, and dense red mist began to escape from his body. At this time, Han Fei no longer fought the living dead with the power of his soul. Instead, he guarded his soul and killed the living dead with his physique and the true meaning of the knife technique. Seeing this, even Zhao Honghuang couldn't help but frown slightly. It's said that this man accidentally ate the essence blood of a certain creature. Now it seems that there are signs of atavism. His combat power is passively increasing as the intensity of the battle increases. Although it can't last for a long time, this bloodline is really powerful. At this moment, Han Fei had really entered the role he had created. Among the more than 300 living dead, Han Fei attacked left and right. He was often beaten, but because of his physique he could withstand it. When he fought back, he could also burst out the power of his bloodline to counterattack. Chen Yan became serious at this time. 350 people. Does this Chen Yan want to rush into the top 100 talents list? Chen Yan couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of potential was beyond his imagination. Hu! As Han Fei roared, finally, when he was almost covered in wounds, he used the last bit of his strength to crush 4 kings with a long knife in his hand. The number of their kills was fixed at 357. Chapter 2179. Outside the Mountain of Death. When Han Fei had been in there for more than half an hour, these people finally realized that something was wrong. Someone said in surprise, "Why has this person been in there for so long? Did he die in there?" Someone sneered, "How could he die with Lord Qin Yin watching over him? I don't know why this kid is so lucky to be taken care of by Lord Qin Yin." Then someone wondered, "If he hasn't died yet and hasn't come out, is he still fighting?" Thinking of this possibility, many people couldn't help but stare at the void steel. Someone said in disbelief, "How strong does a newcomer have to be to kill 100 people on the list?" The 100-man list represents the pinnacle of our outer camp's achievements. As soon as he finished his sentence, the last name on the void stone tablet, Shanzai, and the record of killing 356 people suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a new name, Yifenglu. 357 kills. Hiss, how is it possible? Shoot, he's just a newcomer. Are the newcomers so strong now? Chan Yen appeared in the valley, carrying Han Fei, who was covered in wounds. Looking at the name on the void steel, which had been replaced by Yifenglu, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Xue Fei made the right bet this time. He didn't know why this guy was so lucky to meet such a talent. It seemed that he had to get closer to him in the future. Chen Yen pondered in his heart. When Xue Fei came back to report on his work, Chen Yan would give him female cultivators from the human clan. Xue Fei should be quite interested in them. Chen Yan said the law enforcement camp is divided into the inner camp and the outer camp. This void steel records the peak achievements of the experts in the outer camp. Normally, other than the top 10, which was very difficult to change, the other names would change frequently. Before you go to the inner camp in the future, you can take another test and see if you can keep your name in the top 10. Inner camp? Chen Yen grinned and exuded invisible pressure from his body. In the law enforcement camp, there are only 1,000 places in the inner camp. The difference between the inner and outer camps was obvious. Most of the outer camp's people had only explored about 70 to 80,000 li of their origin sea. However, as you can see, those on the void stone steel are the top-notch branches, and their origin seas have expanded to 100,000 li. However, the development of the origin sea did not mean absolute strength. For example, you were able to fight your way into the top 100. This is something that even some people who have completely opened up their origin sea might not be able to do. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. How do I enter the inner camp? Chen Yen sneered and said, "The inner camp implements an elimination system, and the positions of the inner camp are occupied by those who are capable. It's actually very simple to enter the inner camp. So long as you dare to challenge the inner camp and are able to fight your way through, then you'll be considered to have entered. But let me tell you, this kind of challenge has an extremely high chance of death. In other words, the battle between the inner and outer camps will be fought to the death." Han Fei pretended to be yearning, and Chen Yin saw it in his heart. He said, "Lord Primeval wants you to enter the internal camp within 30 years. This is a very strict test. With your current strength, it will be extremely difficult for you to enter the inner division. There were no weaklings there. Of course, if you can enter the inner camp, the benefits will be beyond your imagination. As an outstanding talent of the outer camp, the city will give you subsidies every year." As he spoke, Chun Yen threw a star shell to Han Fei. "Here are the resources that you can continue to explore the origin sea in your current state. It's your reward for entering the top 100 of the Death Mountain. If you want more rewards, there are 2 ways. One is to become a scavenger and search primitive graveyards, but it will take you a long time." Han Fei asked, "What about the other way?" The other way is to go to the scavenger arena. In the scavenger city, Apart from the experts of the law enforcement camp, there are also independent scavengers. Most of them are not experts of the 10,000 Scales clan. Without a recommendation, they are generally not qualified to enter the law enforcement camp. But it doesn't mean that they are weak. In fact, scavengers are brave and good at fighting. They travel in the sea all year round and are not too weak. Most of them don't have the potential to prove themselves, but many are stronger than you. If you go to the scavenger arena and fight, you will gain resources quickly. In Chen Yan's eyes, he only had 30 years. It was unrealistic to be a scavenger, so Chen Yan only pointed out one way for him. Chen Yan said, "You used to be a human, so did the law enforcement camp. I'll leave after I ask someone to explain to you. I won't give you specific training. You only have 30 years. It's up to you. Remember, in the scavenger city, you can have anything as long as you have resources." As he spoke, Chen Yan waved his hand. "Ling Ran, come here." A capable female human cultivator immediately appeared before Chen Yan. "Lord Law Enforcer," Chen Yan said, "tell Yi Feng Lu about the law enforcement camp." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yan's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. A moment later, on Zhao Honghuang's side, Chen Yan took out a detailed record and said, "Lord Primordial, after testing, it was found that this boy's spatial sense, combat intuition, reflexes, and combat understanding are all higher than that of ordinary people. The conclusion is that the upper limit of his strength is between 310,000 and 330,000 points. Because he is good at finding weaknesses, he can enter the list of top 100. His soul power is between 720,000 and 780,000 points, which can't be so high for people in the same realm. He must have had a special opportunity. The endurance of this person's body is between 31 and 370,000 waves. He should also be on the path of body tempering, but he hasn't refined his body for long. It should be a problem with his bloodline. His bloodline can amplify up to 1-2 times, but the upper limit is unknown. This boy's continuous combat ability should be based on his bloodline." Listening to Chen Yan's detailed report, Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. "You missed one thing. His heavenly meridian makes his recovery extremely strong, which greatly increases his endurance in battle." Chen Yan hurriedly said, "I made a mistake. I overlooked this." Zhao Honghuang nodded. "Okay, don't worry about it. You can pay attention to him when he challenges the internal camp." "Yes, Lord Primordial." After Chen Yan left, Zhao Honghuang said to the Holy Land, "It seems that he is indeed good. He is a rare talent in 10,000 years. But it's not that there are no such people in history. Some died young, and there are even more in the entire East Ocean divine continent. Everything depends on his performance in the future." In Zhao Honghuang's ears, the Emperor of 10,000 Scales just hummed. On the other side, Ling Ran didn't expect that he would be the one explaining to Han Fei. Would Lord Chen Yan let a powerhouse who could make it to the top 100 of the Death Mountain get involved with human cultivators? Han Fei also felt that something was wrong. He could feel that countless people were looking at him. Those people were more or less shocked. At first, they were shocked that he made it to the top 100. Now, they were shocked that Chen Yan asked a human cultivator to explain to such a powerhouse. Han Fei immediately understood Chen Yan's intention. He was deliberately making enemies for himself. Only by making enemies for himself could he have enough enemies to force himself to grow. It was just a routine, but those in power would never explain it to you. Han Fei thought that if nothing unexpected happened, the news that he had mutated from a human to what he was now would spread soon. But Han Fei didn't care. He said indifferently, "Let's get started." Ling Ran immediately came back to her senses and hurriedly said, "Well, what do you want to know?" Han Fei glanced at her coldly. "Tell me everything you know." Ling Ran blushed and thought that he was right. He had just arrived, so he must know very little about the law enforcement camp. Ling Ran said, the law enforcement camp is one of the two major forces in the city of scavengers. The other force is the scavengers. The management of the scavengers is jointly managed by many heaven opening state powerhouses. In terms of nature, it's not as good as the law enforcement camp. But the number of sea opening state powerhouses in the two sides is about the same, less than 20,000. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Does this mean that there are nearly 40,000 sea opening state powerhouses in the city of scavengers? Han Fei knew about the scavengers, but he didn't expect the number to be more than he thought. Continue. Han Fei's voice was indifferent. Chun Yan wanted others to see him being close to the human race, but he certainly couldn't be close to the human race. Ling Ran said in her heart that this person was obviously a newcomer, but he looked like a big shot, which made her quite unhappy. Unfortunately, she couldn't offend a guy who had entered the list of top 100 of the Death Mountain as soon as he arrived. Ling Ran continued, the law enforcement camp is divided into two camps. In the outer camp, there are about 8,000 people left in the main city, and 7,000 people should be in the graveyard battlefield, which is the battlefield where the three main cities compete for the primitive graveyard. And the remaining 8,000 people, most of them are carrying out tasks, trials, or exploring the primitive graveyard. There are 1,000 people in the inner camp. This information didn't make much sense, so Han Fei simply asked himself, what is the rank of the list of top 100 of the Death Mountain in the outer camp? Ling Ran nodded. That's hard to say. Logically speaking, you can enter the top 100. However, there are many strong people with a rank of more than 300 in the Death Mountain test. Since you can reach more than 300, then you can only judge your rank according to your Dao, personal combat power limit, secret methods, and other conditions. In short, your strength is very close. After all, the living dead are different from real people. But I estimate that you are at least in the top 2,000. Once you kill more than 400 living dead on the Death Mountain, your strength will definitely be in the top 100 of the outer camp, or even higher. Han Fei asked, do you need me to challenge them one by one? Ling Ran said, the outer camp generally doesn't have a ranking, only the inner camp does. The outer camp is mainly for groups. After all, they have to carry out tasks and explore the primitive graveyard. Of course, if you want to challenge them, you can go to the scavenger arena, where almost all the kings of the city of scavengers are ranked. Han Fei nodded slightly. Tell me about the scavenger arena. Chapter 2180. From Ling Ran, Han Fei soon learned some basic information about the scavenger law enforcement camp. It turned out that the law enforcement camp was divided into the Venerable Realm and the Pioneer Sea Realm. Han Fei was now in the Pioneer Sea Realm and was about to enter the top group. Zhao Honghuang gave him 30 years to enter the internal camp. But he didn't mention the internal camp at the beginning. Of course, Han Fei didn't mind. There were 5 basic ways to become stronger in the Pioneer Sea Realm: Scavenger Secret Realm, Cultivation Tower, Graveyard Battlefield, Scavenger Way, and Scavenger Arena. Among them, tens of thousands of scaled tribe members chose the Scavenger's secret dungeon, the Graveyard Battlefield, or the Cultivation Tower. Among them, the Cultivation Room in the Cultivation Tower was full of spiritual energy and chaotic energy. It was said that the infinite void nodes there were very fragile, and it was easy to absorb chaotic energy. However, although the Cultivation Tower was good, it consumed a lot of energy crystals and other resources. Without resources, it was difficult to stay in the Cultivation Tower for a long time. Scavenger was a name for foreigners. As for the arena, it was mostly used by scavengers. However, members of the law enforcement camp often died in the arena. The Scavenger Arena, like all the arenas that Han Fei knew, had a strong gambling nature. Under normal circumstances, the Scavenger Arena was mainly used for Venerable Realm battles, and the Pioneer Sea Realm battles were only 1/10 of the Venerable Realm battles. Besides, the Pioneer Sea Realm battles usually had bets, and at least they could get subsidies from the arena. Han Fei didn't plan to fight in the arena for the time being. Theoretically, the combat power he showed on the Death Mountain was not enough for him to be arrogant. Therefore, he needed a buffer. While Ling Ran was introducing the law enforcement camp to Han Fei, Han Fei's identity information was suddenly spread. Law enforcement camp. What? Yi Fenglu is a human? How can he be a human with that look? Don't bully me. Since when can a human look like that? The messenger said, I didn't believe it at first, but it's true. However, this matter was true. It was said that this fellow had accidentally ingested some kind of ancient blood essence, causing his bloodline to mutate and mutate into his current appearance. So, because of his bloodline, he is becoming less and less like a human. Wow. Where did you hear that? Where did you hear that? Lord Qin Yan said it himself. Mother asterisk Ker. To think that this Yi Fenglu is actually a lowly human. I was even applauding him just now. I didn't expect him to be from such a race. Someone else frowned and said, however, he shouldn't be considered a human anymore. Someone said, why not? If that's not the case, then why did Lord Qin Yan let that human woman, Ling Ran, receive him? That seems to be true. He. At this moment, someone sneered and said, do you think Shanza will let this matter go? If he were to find out that a human expert had broken his Death God Mountain's record on the top 100 list and kicked him off the list by just one person, what do you think he would think? Ling Ran also said the law enforcement camp is in this valley. However, the abodes here were not opened. Rather, there were only so many abodes to begin with. If one wanted to have their own abode, they would have to fight for it. Also, for the next 2 days, you have to be especially careful of someone. Who? It was just a fight for a territory. Although it would lead to a fight, Han Fei wasn't afraid of a fight now. Ling Ran said, Shanza, that is the last person on the Death God Mountain. That was the record he left 60 years ago. Now that you've broken his record, he probably won't give up. Han Fei sneered. A broken record that no one has been able to break in 60 years? Ling Ran. If someone else said this, Ling Ran would have explained how difficult it was to enter the Death God Mountain. However, Han Fei, a newcomer, had broken Shanza's record the first time he entered the Death God Mountain. This person was obviously a heavenly talent. Han Fei said carelessly, are there good and bad cave abodes? Ling Ran took a deep look at Han Fei. The higher, the better. The higher, the fewer. According to the height of the valley, you can actually see the strength ranking of the outer camp. Han Fei looked up. How many people live on the highest floor? Ling Ran's eyes widened. There are 6 floors in the valley, and there are only 100 people on the top floor. It's the cave abode of the top 100 in the outer camp. Han Fei frowned slightly. Didn't you say that there is no ranking in the outer camp? Ling Ran said, there is indeed no ranking in the outer camp, but there are also outstanding experts in the outer camp. They occupy the top floor of the cave abodes, and few people can shake the top 100 experts of the outer camp. Han Fei sneered. The top 100 experts of the outer camp? Han Fei asked, which floor does that Shanza live on? What's his ranking? Ling Ran said, the 2nd floor. There is no ranking, but if I have to count carefully, he is among the top 1,000 in the outer camp. Han Fei calculated in his heart. According to the number of Pioneer Sea Realm experts in the law enforcement camp, Shanza should be in the top 10%, probably about 5% or 6%, which didn't sound weak. Which floor do you humans live on? Ling Ran's face was a bit ugly. Han Fei didn't need to ask anymore. It seemed that he was at the bottom. So Han Fei changed the topic. Let's go. Take me to the cultivation tower. As the saying goes, everything should have a buffer time. Although Han Fei could easily defeat the inner and outer camps, he could not defeat him as soon as he arrived. Otherwise, what would others think of him as a super monster who had appeared out of nowhere? Such a monstrous level of powerhouse. When others wanted to use him, they would also have some fear in their hearts. In particular, he claimed that he was a mutation of a human. Ling Ran was slightly relieved. He thought that this person was going to challenge the top 100 experts of the outer camp. If so, this newcomer was too strong. However, when Ling Ran was about to leave with Han Fei, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Han Fei looked back, only to see a member of the 10,000 scales holding an iron ball in his hand. He was following 5 or 6 people, sneering at Han Fei and Ling Ran. Ling Ran said, "This person is called Qin Feng. Although he is not as strong as Shanza, he is almost one of the self-strong experts on the 3rd floor. The iron ball in his hand is called the Chaos Ball. It is very heavy and is his combat weapon." Qin Feng snorted coldly and said, "Human, you've just arrived, yet you're not paying respects to the sect? Where are you planning to go?" Ling Ran said, "The law enforcer asked me to explain the law enforcement camp to Yi Fenglu. I am going to take him to the cultivation tower now." "Shut up. Who are you to speak here?" Behind Qin Feng, a powerhouse from the 10,000 Scales clan shouted in a low voice. His voice was full of divine, soul-demonic voice, and he went straight to Ling Ran and Han Fei. This was a test, and he also tested Han Fei. However, how could a small fry test a dignified human emperor? Han Fei looked up and shifted his gaze to that person. His gaze was terrifying. The void exploded, and the person who spoke spat out blood. "How dare you? How dare a mere newcomer be so arrogant?" Ling Ran was also surprised. Was Yi Fenglu really so tough? Han Fei raised his head slightly and said leisurely, "Is this the powerhouse from the 3rd floor you were talking about? Why is he so weak?" Ling Ran was stunned. "When did I say that?" However, Qin Feng's face immediately darkened. "Yi Fenglu, you are just a level 1 human. You ate the mutant blood by mistake and mutated. An inferior race will always be an inferior race. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you changed your skin? That's right. I was wondering what race you are. It turns out that you are just a mutated human. No matter how you mutate, you can't change your identity as a human." Ha ha ha! While people behind Qin Feng were laughing at him, Ling Ran also looked at Han Fei in shock. "He is a human. Your name is Qin Feng?" Han Fei was expressionless and his voice was indifferent, but there was a hint of murderous intent in him. Qin Feng smiled. "That's me. What are you going to do? Don't say that I don't take care of the newcomers. I won't make things difficult for you today. As long as you bow to me, I will let you go." Clang! With a flash of cold light, a long knife appeared in Han Fei's hand. He said, "If you can take 1 attack from me, I will bow to you." Instantly, Qin Feng's lips that had just curled up froze. Does this human really think he is something just because he changed his skin? How dare he be so arrogant to me, a member of the 10,000 Scales clan in the law enforcement camp? Ling Ran's face changed drastically. After all, Han Fei was a human. There were some things he didn't know yet. She said to him telepathically, "Yi Fenglu, the battle on the Death God Mountain is different from the real battle in the law enforcement camp. You have just arrived and will have an explosive growth period. It's not a good time to fight now." However, Han Fei didn't seem to hear Ling Ran's advice at all. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was amused. "Take 1 attack from you? Ha! You are an inferior human. Do you know what you are talking about?" The other powerful figures of the 10,000 Scales clan all shook their heads. Even though this guy is a heavenly talent, he is doomed. He is so arrogant when he just arrived. I think he doesn't know how to spell the word death. Let Brother Feng take 1 attack from him? How dare he say that? Is he crazy? Fine. Looks like Shanza doesn't have to do anything. Han Fei looked at Ling Ran coldly and said, "Is it allowed to kill here?" Chapter 2181. Han Fei's question, is killing allowed here? Ling Ran was scared directly. Was this man crazy? He wants to kill Qin Feng. Just because of this? Secretly, some human kings frowned. Idiot. He doesn't even know how to be patient. He's just a sea expansion realm cultivator, but he's so arrogant. He can't even stand a few taunts. How long can he survive the 10,000 scale race? Someone shook his head. How stupid. Even if he's a heavenly talent, so what? Doesn't the 10,000 scale race have any heavenly talents? Alas, no matter what he has become, he's still a human. Are we going to watch him be attacked by the 10,000 scale race? Then what should we do? Can you stop him? Or can anyone? Someone murmured, if he lowers his head, everything will be over. Does it have to be a matter of life and death? In the field, Han Fei didn't care what the onlookers said, but simply repeated, I asked, is it allowed to kill people here? Ling Ran didn't know what to say. Qin Feng, on the other hand, sneered and said, do you think you can kill me? Han Fei looked at Qin Feng. Do you dare to bet? Let's decide who's better and who's dead. After that, Han Fei took out the deposit that Chan Yen had just given him and said, this is what the law enforcer gave me just now. 60,000 kilometers of the origin sea, and I'll open up 10 or 20,000 kilometers of resources. This is the bet. I'll ask you again, do you dare to accept? Chun Yen, who was watching the show, cursed when he saw the star shell that he had just thrown out. This guy is really daring. He hasn't even recovered from his injuries. And he wants to fight Qin Feng to the death? But that's more exciting. Chun Yen snorted. If you want to fight to the death, get the hell to the life and death arena. Don't embarrass me there. Chun Yen said. Chan Feng's momentum was immediately reduced, and he hurriedly bowed to the void. Yes, law enforcer. Han Fei looked indifferent and generous. He took out such a large amount of resources, just like that. Ling Ran and the others might not be able to save up so many resources even after thousands of years, but Han Fei took them out as the bet. On the second floor, a 10,000 scales expert said, Qin Feng, since you're already looking for trouble, don't embarrass the 10,000 scales tribe. If you still don't go, we won't be able to stand it anymore. Someone laughed and said, Qin Feng, they're giving you resources. Whether you can accept it or not depends on yourself. It's fine if you can't catch it, but if you don't dare to, then you can go to the graveyard battlefield with but between your legs. Every race had their own pride. The 10,000 scale tribe had been ruling over the scavenger city for a long time. They had always been the ones bullying other tribes. Since when did they dare to let other tribes challenge them in their own territory? At this moment, Qin Feng was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Life and death arena? Very well, let me see just how strong a despicable human like you is. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Sure enough, he was an idiot. It wasn't easy for him to reach the Pioneer Sea realm, but just because he wanted to show off, he lost his life. This was just like how white people discriminated against black people. If some people discriminated against them, they might have some ability and means, but some people discriminated blindly. If they really stood together with the other party, they would die if they couldn't even take 2 slaps. In the law enforcement camp, there was a life and death arena. However, it was only used once every few years. After all, wherever there were people, there would be Jianghu. Now it could be changed to wherever there were intelligent creatures. There would be Jianghu. The 10,000 scale tribe fought among themselves in the life and death arena, not to mention other races. Qin Feng and Han Fei, who were stuck between a rock and a hard place, came to the life and death arena that was only 1,000 miles away. This was a place sealed by an array formation. Only when someone stood on the stage would the array formation seal be activated. Before the life and death arena that had not been opened for a few years, Han Fei stood on the arena without hesitation. When a misty light array lit up, Han Fei looked at Qin Feng and said indifferently, still not coming up? Yi Feng Lu want to fight. Qin Feng originally just wanted to show off. If it was really a human, he would fight. But how could there be any humans in the law enforcement camp now? But who would know that Han Fei was so tough? And he was so arrogant. He had only been in the law enforcement camp for less than a day, and he already wanted a life and death arena. Chun Feng calculated in his mind. Even if this Yi Fenglu made it to the list of top 100 of the Death Mountain, no matter how strong he would only be as powerful as Shanzai. Even if Shanzai was stronger than him, it would be a fool's dream for him to kill him first. Besides, his Tao was a void phantom with infinite clones. As long as the clones were not destroyed, the original body would not die. How would he be able to kill him? Instantly, Chen Feng stepped onto the life and death arena. He sneered, "Yi Fenglu, you asked for this. Don't join the human race in your next life." Clang! Han Fei stabbed the long saber into the arena and curled his lips. "Let me teach you a lesson. You must be qualified to discriminate. You are not even as good as a maggot in the wasteland. How dare you come to the life and death arena?" "How dare you?" Chin Feng shouted. His voice was filled with soul sound, but Han Fei's expression did not change at all. Below the arena, Ling Randy said to Han Fei many times, "You can admit defeat in the life and death arena. As long as you admit defeat, you don't have to go on." However, Han Fei ignored the girl's suggestion. "Admit defeat? I will never admit defeat." At this moment, the array of the life and death arena had been opened. Almost all the people who were still in the valley of the law enforcement camp had come to watch the battle. Those who didn't come were mostly watching with their perception. Even Chen Yan was watching with great interest. Chen Yan didn't care about the death of 1 or 2 Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators at all. Their death would only encourage the growth of cultivators. Of course, in Chen Yan's view, Chin Feng was dead for sure. He wasn't underestimating Chin Feng, but Han Fei had controlled his strength when he killed the Divine Mountain. If he really went all out, his explosive power would only be stronger. But the death of a sea expansion expert could serve as a warning to even more people. Next time, they had to think before doing anything. "The person that I personally brought to take the test was knocked down by you guys so easily. Is there a hole in your brain?" At this moment, outside the life and death arena, some people had already begun to waver. Someone was also guessing, "How long do you think Yi Fenglu can last before admitting defeat?" Someone laughed and said, "I guess 100 seconds. This guy can break the record of Death Mountain's top 100 list. Although he is the last one, it's still a record. He shouldn't be weak." Someone shook his head. "Chin Feng is too reckless. I'm not worried that he will be killed. However, if he can't defeat Yi Fenglu quickly, it will be a shame." Someone guessed, "Have you ever thought that Chin Feng will lose? No matter whether the Death Mountain's top 100 list can show his strength or not. It's not easy to get on that list. Otherwise, why don't you? There was a lot of discussion off the field. On the field, Chin Feng's figure turned into thousands of clones, and the iron ball in Chin Feng's hand was also changing. However, the ball was no longer the size of a fist, but the size of a water droplet. Every drop was trying to stimulate Han Fei's qi and blood. Besides, Han Fei's body was like a magnet. When the iron ball turned into a small ball and dispersed, Han Fei seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. Seeing that Han Fei was still standing there, Chin Feng tentatively shouted in a low voice, "Blood bite!" At the moment when those small balls surged towards Han Fei crazily, there was a clang, as if a string in the sky had snapped. The lords watching the battle only saw a flash of knife light, surrounded by knife light. In the entire life and death ring, knife qi soared into the sky, and those small balls that could stimulate qi and blood exploded crazily. And all of Chin Feng's clones couldn't even resist this knife qi at all and instantly exploded into powder. Only Chen Feng's real body was left, and with a look of horror, he tried to recall the small balls to block this knife. However, Han Fei's current draw technique had been elevated to the level of Tao, the Tao of nature and the Tao of knives. When this knife slashed out, The entire space was filled with endless knife chi. Chun Feng was shocked. He wanted to admit defeat, but the strong knife chi suppressed him and he couldn't make a sound at all. He wanted to roar with his soul, but his soul was completely suppressed in his body and couldn't jump out at all. Puff, 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 the lords only saw that Chun Feng's body was torn into thousands of cracks in the blink of an eye. BM, when Chun Feng's body exploded, the knife light that Han Fei slashed out had just reached him. The saber light crushed through the void, not giving Chun Feng any chance to regenerate at all. It directly slashed through the void. Rumble! At the same time, Han Fei held the knife backhand, and the long knife floated behind him, not into his body. He learned this from Wang Yijian, mainly because it was handsome. Humph! You're too weak. Then Han Fei looked around and said coldly, "My name is Yi Fenglu. Remember this name. In the future, I will make you tremble." Han Fei said this indifferently, grabbed Chun Feng's resources, and then walked to Ling Ran. "Let's go. To the cultivation tower." Ling Ran was dumbfounded. It wasn't until Han Fei walked up to her and spoke that she came to her senses. However, at this moment, Ling Ran was full of admiration for Han Fei. In all her knowledge, there was only one word: strong. If she had to add another word, it would be very strong. Hiss! At that moment, the onlookers were all dumbfounded, and countless people gasped. Those who had just made a bet were all dumbfounded. Someone murmured, "1/, it's really just 1/." Some of the experts on the first and second floors narrowed their eyes. This Yi Fenglu was much stronger than they had imagined. Even Chan Yen couldn't help but frown. The Tao of Knives has already entered the Tao of Heaven? Is this kid's comprehension so terrifying? Chapter 2182. Before anyone realized what was going on, Han Fei had already retreated. His strength would inevitably be met with resistance. It was not a problem to fight Chun Feng now, but if someone stronger came to challenge him, should he fight or not? If he won, he would be ridiculously strong. Even if he was really ridiculously strong, he had to release his power slowly. Also, if he temporarily suppressed his strength to the Pioneer Sea realm, or even lower than these people, he could also grow quickly. After all, there weren't so many kings to fight before, but now there were kings everywhere in the law enforcement camp. If he fought them one by one, his understanding of fighting would definitely be improved. Of course, now was not the time to fight them one by one. Ling Ran said, "The cultivation tower consumes a lot of resources. Even the lowest level cultivation room costs 100 energy crystals a day. So, while it's good to cultivate in the cultivation tower, it's very expensive." Han Fei asked, "What about the most expensive cultivation room?" Ling Ran said, "There isn't the most expensive cultivation room. After all, it's only open to the Pioneer Sea realm. I can only say that the best cultivation rooms cost 1,000 energy crystals a year, which means 365,000 energy crystals a year. This kind of spending power is comparable to a lord rank powerhouse." Han Fei sneered in his heart. "What do you know about a lord? You don't even need 40 million energy crystals in 100 years. If you can't even get that, how can you call yourself a lord?" Of course, even though the overlord could get his hands on so many energy crystals, it wouldn't be a lot, and he wouldn't use them here. Han Fei grabbed Chun Feng's star shell and said, "Here, there are 320,000 energy crystals here, which is enough to pay for half a year's cultivation." Han Fei guessed that the 100-year tide had just passed, so Chun Feng could save so many energy crystals. Otherwise, Sea Expansion's consumption of energy crystals would be very fast. They needed to exchange for various resources in the Origin Sea with these crystals. If they didn't use them sparingly, they might run out. Ling Ran's eyes widened. That was more than 320,000 energy crystals. They could be exchanged for a lot of resources. But this guy was using them to pay rent? Han Fei took out 10,000 energy crystals and threw them to Ling Ran. "Go back. I'm going to cultivate." Ling Ran was stunned and hurriedly said, "No, you don't have to. I just told you a few things that everyone knows." However, Han Fei was still cold. Time equals resources. I never waste other people's time. Sensing the firmness in Han Fei's words, Ling Ran couldn't help but hold the star shell and said, "You shouldn't have come here." Han Fei squinted at Ling Ran. Everyone has their own fate. After a while, the so-called cultivation tower was an underground cavern that looked like an abyss. This cavern had a total of 1,000 floors, and inside it were 5,000 cultivation rooms. Among them, there were a total of 500 cultivation rooms that consumed 1,000 energy crystals per day. Han Fei stood on the ground in front of the cultivation tower. On the top floor, there was an old man sitting. Although this old man seemed to be at the peak of the sea expansion realm, when Han Fei sensed his aura, he knew he was definitely a hidden heaven-opening realm expert. Of course, even a heaven-opening stage powerhouse was not necessarily that strong. When Han Fei came to the old man, the latter asked lazily, "What's the level?" Han Fei threw a star shell to him, the highest level of cultivation room for 1 year. Huh. The old man couldn't help but look at Han Fei up and down. It was rare for someone to rent a cultivation room for a year. For a sea expansion realm expert, energy crystals were still very important resources. But since Han Fei paid, the old man naturally let him go. He threw a card over and said, "Room number 5 on the 32nd floor. Remember to renew the fee when the year is up, or the seal will be automatically removed, and I'll kick you out." As if he didn't hear him, Han Fei grabbed the card and jumped down. The old man finally looked at the sky. "Chunyan, why do you think so highly of this young talent? You've even sent your perception to me?" Chen Yan smiled. "Haha, I'll focus on training him." Chen Yan withdrew his perception and didn't follow him anymore. Han Fei went straight to the cultivation tower to cultivate, which surprised Chen Yan. But to be honest, Han Fei chose the fastest way of cultivation. "Idiot Chen Feng, you've given Yi Fenglu a chance to cultivate in the cultivation tower for nothing. If this kid can cultivate here for 10 years, wouldn't it be equivalent to at least 100 years of cultivation? Then the 30-year agreement with Master Primeval is quite possible." Chen Yan muttered to himself and didn't pay any more attention to him. A sea expansion realm was not worthy of his attention for so long. In the cultivation tower, when Han Fei opened the so-called cultivation room with the token, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with this space. He felt that the primal chaos aura here was especially dense. It was as if there was only a wall separating this place from the boundless void. Large amounts of primal chaos aura could escape from the boundless void. In addition to sensing the chaotic qi, Han Fei also saw a large number of engravings on the walls of the cultivation room, which gave off a quaint vibe. Obviously, these Tao patterns existed for cultivators to visualize and comprehend. If they were lucky, if they could comprehend a little bit from it, their strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In addition, there was also a wisp of pale fragrance in the cultivation room, which seemed to be emitted from the walls of the cultivation room. This kind of fragrance could calm the mind and concentrate. He reckoned that it must be very valuable. But Han Fei guessed that it shouldn't be exclusive to his cultivation room. What the sea expansion realm needed was a lot of chaotic energy, a lot of spiritual energy and enlightenment. If one could meditate and concentrate on cultivation, the effect of 1 year might be equivalent to 10 years or even longer elsewhere. It's just a small trick. Han Fei sneered contemptuously, but still began to cultivate like a normal sea expansion realm cultivator. But the speed at which he absorbed the chaotic energy, even if it was slow, was more than 3 times faster than that of an ordinary sea expansion realm cultivator. Therefore, after Han Fei entered for only half a month, the old man in the cultivation tower found something wrong and even muttered, F***CK, this cultivation room is a waste. 1 year later, Han Fei came out of the cultivation room and went straight to the old man. Excuse me, how do I get to the scavenger arena? The old man laughed. Oh, you're going to fight after cultivation? Boy, you're really working hard. I'm going to earn some resources and pay the rent. The old man was speechless. You're not done yet. You make it sound like the scavenger arena is your home ATM. The old man pointed casually. 800 kilometers away, there is a small world. You'll see it when you get there. There is an entrance. It was indeed a good choice to build an arena in a small world. With the strength of the sea expansion realm, it was difficult to break the small world. And the small world could accommodate a lot of people, so it was indeed a good choice to use it as an arena. There were a lot of people going to the arena, so it didn't take Han Fei much effort to find the place. The entrance to the small world was built like a magnificent building. Every day, people came in and out, and the population capacity might be dozens or even millions. When Han Fei walked in, a supervisor at the reception desk of the arena immediately cast his eyes on him. Every day, there were too many people coming to the scavenger arena, including many sea expansion realm experts. After all, there were high, low, and high arenas here, respectively for the sea expansion realm, the venerable realm, and those below the venerable realm. Sir, do you want to buy a ticket to enter? In another 2 hours, the sea expansion realm exchange competition will begin. The ticket for this competition only costs 8 energy crystals. Han Fei said indifferently, I'm here to participate in the challenge. The man's eyes lit up. Participate in the challenge? Then our scavenger arena will welcome you even more. Sir, what mode do you want to participate in? Han Fei asked mode. The man frowned. Sir, have you never been to the scavenger arena before? Han Fei shook his head. It's my first time here. The man's interest was obviously greatly reduced, but since it was his job, he still explained. There are several modes to participate in the battle. The most common one is to become a resident challenger of our arena. Every time a match starts, the winner can win 1% of the share of each game. That is to say, the challenger can get 1% of the number of people sold in the arena. The loser can only get a consolation prize of 100 energy crystals. If you win 10 games in a row, you can get 2% of the share, and so on, up to 50% of the share. Seeing that Han Fei's eyes didn't waver at all, the man couldn't help but say, The second mode is the competition, which means that the participants have to use as many combat skills as possible and fight brilliantly and dangerously. But the two sides don't really fight, but just fight for the audience. In this way, after the match, both sides can get 2% of the profit. Han Fei thought to himself, Isn't this a fake competition? Are you trying to fool me? Han Fei asked, What about the third mode? The man said, The third mode is not common. For example, a life and death battle. If the participant wins, not only can he take away all the opponent's resources, but he can also get 1/10 of the arena's share. Of course, a life and death battle is extremely rare. Generally speaking, people won't come here to have a life and death battle unless they have a deep hatred for each other. In fact, most of the audience are venerables, and most of them are here to learn. Sir, since it's your first time here, I can apply to see if you can participate in a competition. Han Fei shook his head. No, just the first mode. But your competition speed is too slow. I want to fight 10 games a day. Huh. Chapter 2183. 10 games a day? Lu Qin never expected that someone would make such a request. Is this guy stupid or crazy? 10 games a day? What makes you think you can do that? Lu Qin said this guest. The cooperation between the sea expansion realm and the scavenger arena can't be established easily. Even if I apply for the second kind of competition, it can't be approved in a day or two. It's even more impossible to fight 10 games a day. Sure. Han Fei said indifferently. which made Lu Qin feel incredulous. Where did this lunatic come from? Han Fei said, "My name is Yi Fenglu." When Lu Qin heard the name Yi Fenglu, for some reason he felt a sense of familiarity. But since this person came to the scavenger arena for the first time, he certainly didn't know him. He said, "Fellow cultivator, this is not how the arena works. You can't fight as many games as you want. There are tens of thousands of sea expansion realm powerhouses in the scavenger city. If every one of them fights like this, where can I find so many opponents to fight with in the scavenger arena? Besides, you can't guarantee that you will win the battle of the sea expansion realm. There are countless people and countless energy crystals involved." While Lu Qin was trying to reason with them, he suddenly heard a voice in his ears. "Say yes." "Huh." Lu Qin frowned. Is this the voice of the owner? Lu Qin couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. Who is this guy? Why did the owner speak in person? Lu Qin's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he said, "Customer, if you want to play 10 games a day, that's no problem. However, we still need some time to find people for this rare competition. May I ask, Brother Yi, where are you from?" Han Fei said, "Law enforcement camp, outer camp." Lu Qin frowned. An outer camp disciple has to fight 10 games a day. Why is this person valued by the owner? However, since the owner said so, Lu Qin could only do as he was told. He continued to ask, "Brother Yi, how many origin seas have been opened up?" Han Fei said, "A little more than 70,000 kilometers." Lu Qin asked, "What weapons are you good at?" Han Fei said, "Knives." After Lu Qin learned some basic information about Han Fei, he took out a thick booklet and said, "Sir, the scavenger arena needs to conduct 3 basic battles to determine your strength. Then, rank me according to your strength." Lu Qin smiled. Currently, there are a total of 26,872 kings in the scavenger arena. However, there were only about 10,000 people left in the city. So, if you want to fight 10 matches a day, you have to first determine your strength, then move up in order to challenge them one by one. Basic battle? When? Lu Qin, this can be carried out today. However, the basic combatants will have to wait for a moment. A moment later, in the depths of the scavenger arena, Lu Qin came to a place that looked like a library and bowed to a middle-aged man who was flipping through a book of combat techniques. Lu Qin said, "Master." The middle-aged man casually raised his hand and said, "Arrange for one person to be ranked around 7,000, one person to be ranked around 6,000, and one person to be ranked around 5,000. Huh. Lu Qin couldn't help but be surprised. "Master, those who can be ranked 5,000 in the scavenger arena have opened up at least 80,000 to 90,000 kilometers of origin sea, and some even have completely opened up their origin sea. Even in the scavenger hall and the law enforcement camp, they are really at the top." The middle-aged man snorted faintly. "Don't underestimate this person. Even the top experts on the 3rd floor of the law enforcement camp can't withstand his knife. The ranking I gave is conservative. If he wins all 3 battles, I'll give him a ranking of around 4,000. Otherwise, I'm afraid this person can get a 50% share all the way." Wow, Lu Qin was dumbfounded. Who the hell is this guy? Why does Master value him so much? He even thought of his strength as the 4,000th on the scavenger arena's combat power list. The weakest king in this position had a sea expansion of 90,000 kilometers, and they were basically all powerhouses who had completely opened the sea. What they were waiting for and pursuing was just an opportunity to open the sky. Lu Qin's face became solemn. This person was so strong, but he had never heard of his name. This was simply unforgivable. Lu Qin cupped his hands. "I'll arrange it right away." When Lu Qin came back, he directly invited Han Fei to the VIP area. There were also strong and weak sea expansion realm experts. Under the guidance of the owner, Lu Qin felt that this person was probably much stronger than he imagined. Lu Qin said, "Brother Yi, please follow me into the small world. I need to assess your basic strength, so I will arrange 3 battles for Sea Expansion Realm experts. During the assessment period, our scavenger arena will notify all Sea Expansion monarchs that are within the approved range and above. If there are no special problems, your challenge will be accepted." Han Fei nodded. "Okay," Lu Qin continued, "because our arena is fair and just, your ranking competition will be open to the public in a normal form. The rules will be the same as the normal rules. If you win, you can draw 1% of the ticket price." Okay, after half an hour, in front of the entrance to the small world in the scavenger hall, 3 Sea Expansion Realm experts gathered. One of them said, "Boss Lu, why are you here? Your ranking is 1,000 places higher than mine. Is it necessary to arrange such a big ranking competition?" The burly man snorted. "Who knows? But if I help the arena assess the combat power, I can get 2% of the ticket price. It's not a wasted trip." Among the 3 of them, 10,000 scaled clan women said, "It seems that I'm only here to make up the numbers." The man next to her smiled. 7,000 is not bad. I wonder who is so strong in a ranking competition. At this moment, Han Fei was watching the audience of more than 500,000 people in the small world. In the field, only 2 average Sea Expansion Realm experts were fighting fiercely with each other. The frequency and trajectory of the battle could be seen clearly by the venerable realm experts. To put it bluntly, the 2 of them were acting, and the audience was mostly here to see if they had any experience or inspiration. Han Fei did a rough calculation. There were 500,000 people in a competition, and the fee was 8 energy crystals. For the scavenger main city, this fee was not high. The income from this competition alone could reach 4,000,000 energy crystals, and even if 1% was deducted, it would be 40,000 energy crystals. No wonder even this kind of competition had to be declared and then queued up. For the Sea Expansion Realm experts, wasn't this just picking up money? Although the Sea Expansion Realm experts could get a lot of energy crystals, who wouldn't want to earn tens of thousands of appearance fees for a single fight? Of course, for Han Fei, resources were not his goal. His real goal was to let everyone see that he was becoming stronger. After half an hour, the battle in the field was over, and the host of the Sea Expansion Realm said, "This competition is over. Today, due to the unexpected situation, a ranking competition of the Sea Expansion Realm will begin in only half an hour." Ranking competition? It's just a ranking competition. Forget it. The combat level of this ranking competition is too high. I can't understand it at all. It's a waste of energy crystals. Someone sneered. "What do you know? Even if you feel the slightest difference in the ranking competition, it will be a great harvest." Someone sighed. "How many people can feel the slightest difference in the ranking competition? Don't be noisy. Listen to what the host has to say." The host said, "In this ranking competition, the approved contestant is Yi Fenglu, a newcomer of the law enforcement camp, whose origin sea is 75,000 kilometers wide, and he is good at knife dao. The approved contestants are Lin Qijuan, ranked 6,962 on the Sea Expansion list, Chu Mo, ranked 6,012, and Lu Feiming, ranked 5,007. In this ranking competition, the gap in strength is so big that it has never been heard of. It can be seen that Yi Fenglu must be very strong. Even the ranking competition will be very exciting. What? The gap in the 3 battles is almost 2,000 places? Is it so high at the beginning? The level of the arena is 7,000. His origin, C, should have reached 70,000 kilometers, right? Not only that, Lin Qijuan, known as the Snake King, is also good at poison dao. Her weapon is the Void Whip. Someone said, "Vajra heavy rod Chu Mo." This person's rod is as heavy as a mountain. He is a body refining expert. He hasn't been out for a long time. I don't know if his strength has improved. Someone sneered. Although Chu Mo is strong, Even Lu Faming is here. This guy's associated spirit is a flood dragon. It is said that the flood dragon has signs of atavism. I'm afraid that the flood dragon is no weaker than him. The referee shouted, "Those who want to watch can stay. Those who don't, leave quickly. There's only less than half an hour before the battle starts." In Han Fei's ears, only a few people left after a round of communication. Someone said, "What if we can gain something in this ranking competition? We can get a few energy crystals." "Let's take the gamble," someone said. "Anyway, as soon as they make a move, we will know whether we should watch the next round or not. If we can't even understand their moves, the next round will be meaningless." Chapter 2184. Han Fei had underestimated the strength of the scavenger arena. In only half an hour, although more than 50% of the audience had left, more people came in than Han Fei expected. Among them, there were many powerhouses in the Pioneer Sea Realm. It could even be said that Han Fei sensed as many as thousands of Pioneer Sea Realm powerhouses. On the law enforcement camp side, a brawny expert from the 10,000 scales was surrounded by some weaker kings. Someone next to him said, "Brother Shanzai Yi Fenglu didn't even stay in the law enforcement camp for a day before he went to the cultivation tower. I think he's afraid of meeting you, Brother Mountain Zai." Someone said he took Qin Feng's resources and stayed in the cultivation tower for a year. It said that he opened a training room that costs 1,000 energy crystals. How extravagant. Shanzai snorted. Didn't he say that he could kill Qin Feng with one slash? Although Qin Feng's combat ability isn't good, he has good life-saving methods. Yi Fenglu can't be weak if he can kill Qin Feng with one slash. It's interesting that a newcomer can be so strong. Apart from the law enforcement camp side, many Pioneer Sea Realm experts were also here. They were scavengers who liked the arena because it was their biggest casino. Someone asked curiously, "I'm told that in this ranking match, there are more than 2,000 places. Even Lu Faming came. Do you know who Yi Fenglu is?" Most people slightly shook their heads. Someone said, "I don't know about the law enforcement camp." Someone recalled, "I think I remember. It said that a newcomer in the law enforcement camp killed a king with one slash a year ago. It was a life and death battle. I think it's him." Killing a king with one slash? In the arena, the number of spectators had reached 1,000,000, and the 1-hour time limit was up. The host roared. "Next, our first ranking match is about to officially begin. First, let's welcome our Snake King, Lin Chijuan, who ranks 6962 in the arena. Snake King once won 8 matches in a row. She fought 498 times in the arena. She won 338 times, drew 46 times, and lost 114 times. She's a strong king. Welcome to the stage, Snake King." When the audience saw Lin Chijuan walking seductively onto the stage, tens of thousands of scaled tribes' honorable ones expressed their love in a frenzy and cheered loudly. "Snake King, kill him." "Jun Jun, I love you." "Lady Chi, I'll bet on you, even if I lose everything," the host grinned. "Next, let's welcome our approved contestant, Yi Fenglu. Although he has just entered the enforcement camp, he is the strongest newcomer in 100 years. Also, this is Yi Fengliu's first battle in the scavenger arena, so he will definitely go all out. Let's wait and see. Tisk! He has just entered the law enforcement camp, yet he dares to participate in such a high-class ranking competition. Has something wrong with his brain? He's just a newcomer, and it's his first time in the scavenger arena. How can he win? On the field, Han Fei appeared indifferently, without the slightest expression on his face. In his hand was a long saber with a scabbard. When Han Fei came to the field, Lin Chijuan sneered. "Won't the scabbard affect your speed of drawing?" Han Fei said indifferently, "It's just a ranking match. I don't want to hurt you." Phew, it was just a single sentence, but it immediately caused countless people to hiss. Someone cursed. Is he really that arrogant? Is he not even going to draw his saber when facing Master Snake King? Someone sneered. I've never seen anyone use a saber with a scabbard. I'm afraid he's just showing off. Someone complained, if he loses, this person won't even have any face left. Hearing Han Fei's words, Lin Qijuan sneered. No matter how confident you are, I will try my best to let you know that not everyone can challenge you, even if you rank 7,000. Han Fei looked at the referee in the distance. Hurry up, there are still 2 more matches. You! Seeing that Han Fei didn't give her any face and didn't even want to talk to her, Lin Qijuan's blood boiled. She grabbed the air and a blood-colored short whip appeared in her hand. Seeing this, the referee knew that Lin Qijuan was already angry. This was the best opportunity. The referee shouted, "The first ranking match officially begins now." BM, the place where Lin Qijuan was exploded. It was this woman, holding the short whip like a saber, who rushed over violently. Like a giant snake tens of thousands of meters long, it opened its bloody mouth. Hiss, wow. So violent right from the start? Is Yi Fenglu stupid? He didn't even dodge? He stood still. Is he going to be beaten? Don't tell me he can't even take a blow from the Snake King. As for Han Fei, he just raised his head slightly and looked at the attack that was like a big crack in the void, and the corners of his mouth curled up, which was rare for him. Whips varied in length and hardness. The short whip was as heavy as fine steel, and its explosive power was even stronger. At the moment when the whip mark appeared, Han Fei's figure instantly disappeared. When he looked carefully, he had already collided with Lin Qijuan. He held the short whip with one hand and completely resisted the power of the short whip with his body. Lin Qijuan was shocked. Is he a body-refining master? In close combat, Han Fei only swept his long saber, but he didn't use it. Lin Qijuan quickly reacted and lowered her head to dodge, while Han Fei raised his foot and swept it, and the void exploded. Lin Qijuan didn't expect that there would be people in the Pioneer Sea realm who liked this kind of primitive close combat. When she wanted to retreat, she found that the short whip was buckled. It was too late for her to retreat, so she could only raise her hand to block. BM, however, Han Fei's kick burst out, and Lin Qijuan was swept thousands of kilometers away in an instant, crashing into the bottom of the sea, setting off ripples and a monstrous tsunami. When everyone saw Lin Qijuan clearly, they found that half of her body had exploded, and it turned out to be a half-snake. She had actually merged with an associated spirit at the last moment. Even so, she was almost blown up by this kick, which showed how strong Han Fei's instantaneous explosive power was. Hiss! Countless people were dumbfounded. So strong. This is the first person I've seen who almost blew up a king with kick. Is Yi Fenglu so strong? His physique has reached such a terrifying level. It's over. I've underestimated this guy. Chu Mo, who was in the second round of the ranking match, narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing Han Fei's kick and murmured, he's also a body refiner. But Lin Qijuan was too careless and let him get close to her. Otherwise, she would still have a chance. Lin Qijuan didn't expect that she would almost be blown up in the first round. At this moment, after her body recovered and her associated spirit fused, her eyes were scarlet. I won't make the same mistake twice. 10,000 snakes approached the abyss. Han Fei was surrounded by a creepy snake cave. Long snakes coiled around him. Dark green poisonous things burst out, and a 10,000-meter-long snake raised its head. Humph! Han Fei stabbed the knife into the void and punched the sea, and the terrifying ripples directly blew up the entire snake cave phantom. As he waved his hand, the long knife broke through the void and hit Lin Qijuan. The latter hit him with the skull of the giant snake, but to her surprise, Han Fei's punch barely blocked it. Even with the handle of the knife, his knife intent melted into the sky and pierced the snake's head with one blow. Because their strength was not on the same level at all. When Lin Qijuan was about to resist Han Fei's knife with all her strength, Han Fei disappeared again. When everyone saw it clearly, Han Fei was already in front of Lin Qijuan again. Lin Qijuan waved her snake tail, but Han Fei kicked again. Seeing this scene, countless people were speechless. Bam! In the field. Although Lin Qijuan only flew hundreds of kilometers this time, when she came to her senses, Han Fei was already holding a long knife and putting it on her neck. At that moment, Lin Qijuan was speechless. Sure enough, there was a reason why he regarded her as the weakest candidate. This person was very strong, so strong that he could crush her in all aspects. And this was exactly what Han Fei wanted. A ranking match that spanned 2,000 places was held. If she couldn't even win the first round, how could she grow quickly? Therefore, not only did she have to win this battle, but she had to win a clean and overwhelming victory. At this moment, the field was silent. No one expected that Han Fei was so strong that Lin Qijuan didn't even have a chance to fight back. The referee was also stunned for a long time, and then he reacted. The first ranking match, Yi Fenglu wins. Someone exclaimed, F***CK, I bet a lot on the Snake King. Someone sighed. I should have guessed it. The Snake King is just the first candidate. There are stronger people like Chu Mo and Lu Feiming. Lin Qijuan, who was defeated, actually didn't feel much psychological disappointment about this defeat. She had thought that she was going to lose. The only thing that disappointed her was that she lost too easily. Are the newcomers so strong now? As for Chu Mo, the candidate for the second round, he also felt the pressure at this moment. Judging from the strength that Han Fei showed, he might not be weaker than him. The referee shouted, "The second ranking match is about to begin. Those who haven't bought the ticket and those who are ready, leave the field in half an hour. Those who don't leave, buy the ticket immediately." Chapter 2185. On the field, Han Fei stood proudly in the arena, his long knife floating beside his feet. He looked at Chu Mo, who was walking over slowly with a solemn face. The latter said in a deep voice, "Are you good at melee combat? How about we have a melee fight?" Chu Mo opened his hands and then clenched them into fists, making a cracking sound. A pair of half-length gloves appeared on his hands, and the scales on his body gradually began to glow red. Han Fei said indifferently, "Okay." Many spectators who were about to leave immediately stopped when they heard this. If a king fought in melee, it would be worth watching. Just now, when Han Fei killed Lin Qijuan in 2 rounds, his speed was so fast that only those at the Pioneer Sea realm could see it clearly. Those at the Venerable realm could only see the frozen picture at the moment of their fight. Perhaps because Han Fei's moves were too simple, most people didn't understand anything in the first round. They only knew that Han Fei was extremely strong and was just a body cultivator. Someone said, "Forget it. I feel that this Yi Fenglu is not an ordinary person. It's unheard of for a newcomer to defeat the Snake King in 2 rounds. I'm afraid that there will be a good show in the arena in the future." Someone said, "I really don't want to learn anything from him. I just want to see how 2 body cultivators fight." And among them, many body cultivators couldn't help but ask, what kind of body refining technique does Yi Fenglu cultivate? Why does it look so strong? In fact, Han Fei had also thought about this question. Body refining was his advantage, and this was something that he had to show. The character he had turned into had an amazing physique. In terms of body refinement, Han Fei had obtained some body refinement techniques from Xue Fei, Ding Yi, and a group of heaven-opening state experts that he had killed, and he had deduced them. The result of the deduction was naturally not as good as the void body refining technique, or even the pure mysterious body. It was only about the same as the chaotic original body cultivated by the grand essence cultivators. Therefore, the body refining technique he cultivated could also stand up to scrutiny. After the period it took an incense to burn, the number of spectators did not decrease, but increased from 1 million to around 3 million. The referee roared. In the second round, Chu Mo has won 19 games in a row. He had participated in 687 matches in the arena. He had won 498 times, tied 54 times, and lost 135 times. Chu Mo, also known as Fist King Chu, I believe many people know about the Nirvana Punch. So, is everyone looking forward to the close combat between the two body cultivators? Now let the battle begin. With the referee's shout, Chu Mo, like Lin Chijuan, made the first move. In a battle between experts, it was always beneficial to take the initiative to attack first. Once one's strength had been stimulated to a certain extent, it needed to be released. The so-called counterattack and finding the opponent's weakness was actually a bit nonsensical. In a situation where the difference in strength wasn't too great, it was very difficult to strike after the enemy had struck. Chu Mo's combat style was very similar to Han Fei's in the past. He used his ultimate move at the beginning. He leaped into the air, and a spiral condensed from chaotic energy appeared on his fist, rolling up the void, and punched out a void vortex fist mark. What? The great Nirvana fist seal was used right at the start? So fierce? Wow, we're both body cultivators. Let's see how Yi Fenglu is going to block it. It's worth staying in this ranking match. This fist mark is guided by chaotic energy and circulated in the meridians, instantly triggering a void vortex that can affect a large amount of void power. Let's see how Yi Fenglu is going to block it. Facing Chu Mo's punch, the scales on Han Fei's body also began to glow. Spiritual energy and chaotic energy were vibrating, and his vitality soared into the sky. Han Fei also punched out, but it wasn't the sacrificing punch, but an ordinary fist mark that was fused with the law of gravity and borrowed a trace of the way of nature. Behind Han Fei, tide surged, and with the power of the tides he punched out a crimson glow. BM, boom, ripples flashed, and the waves burst out one after another, directly hitting the protective barrier of the arena. BM, 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 the protective barrier shook again and again under the impact, and the turbulence surged where the two fought. Chu Mo's Nirvana Punch was shattered, and he was flung thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei took half a step back, stepped on a huge wave, and with a bang he continued to rush to Chu Mo. Chu Mo used his ultimate move, but he couldn't shake Han Fei. Now Han Fei was really fighting in close combat, and the two of them naturally confronted each other, neither willing to give in. Dum, dum, dum. BAM, 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 no matter what kind of battle. The battle of body tempering was always the craziest and the most exciting. No matter how strong the experts were, they couldn't help but have a grave expression when their fists collided with flesh. Shan Zhe, whose ranking was broken by Han Fei, couldn't help but nod slightly when he saw Han Fei's power. It's not that Chu Mo is weak, but that Yi Fenglu is too strong. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because his bloodline level is very high, and he is a body-tempering cultivator, so his strength is naturally strong. Someone snorted. Fortunately, he suddenly rose 1,000 places. He can't end the battle in 2 rounds like just now. Suddenly, someone said, "Look." In the arena, Han Fei's scales suddenly spurted out a dazzling luster, and Han Fei's punching speed was getting faster and faster. What? Is his strength changing so fast? If he wants to punch out such a powerful force with every blow, he must have at least a 9th grade spiritual heritage. BAM, 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 Han Fei's speed was getting faster and faster. He didn't care about the power of Chu Mo's bombardment on him at all. Han Fei's fists were almost turning into light. No, look, the seawater around Chu Mo is seriously compressed. This Yi Fenglu has mastered the Tao of gravity. Wow! How strong is the body-tempering cultivator and the Tao of gravity? Chu Mo couldn't keep up with Han Fei's rhythm anymore. Finally, everyone saw Chu Mo attack. As soon as the King Kong heavy rod was launched, it was like the water in the sea or the collapse of a mountain. Clang, at the moment when Chu Mo attacked, Han Fei held his long knife horizontally and took 3 steps back. Then he gently turned the long knife like a stick, grabbed the stick backhandedly, and swept his foot across. Chu Mo was sent flying thousands of miles away like a cannonball. Han Fei snorted coldly, turned the long knife in his hand, and threw it from his hand. Chu Mo attacked in the air, but his strength was obviously not enough. Clanged bam, Chu Mo smashed into the bottom of the sea again, and Han Fei leaped 1,000 miles away, holding the long knife, and slashed in the air. Bam! At the bottom of the sea, rolling ripples surged in all directions. When everyone took a closer look, they found that the long rod in Chu Mo's hand was bent, and Han Fei's scabbard was placed on Chu Mo's neck. Gulp, he won again. What a powerful strength! What a powerful burst of power! This power, didn't he just expand his origin, see, to 80,000 kilometers? How can he be so strong? Someone said, the origin sea is indeed the origin sea. This person's bloodline must be high, and his spiritual heritage is also very high. Besides, he has the law of gravity. How can he be weak? Countless spectators gasped, and even the kings who came to watch were shocked. Many kings exclaimed, he's just a newbie. Is he going to rank 5,000? Someone was shocked. Don't forget, he hasn't used his knife yet. The referee roared. The second ranking match, Yi Fenglu wins. The third match is about to begin. You have half an hour to buy your tickets and leave. Lu Qin, who was secretly receiving Han Fei, was speechless. Is this guy really so strong? Fortunately, the leader was right. Otherwise, I would have offended this guy. The referee was still building momentum. The third one to fight is the Dragon King, Lu Faming. Everyone, do you want to see the Flood Dragon? Do you want to see the Flood Dragon? Today, your chance is here. The Dragon King, ranked 5,007th, cultivates both energy and physique. He has participated in 892 battles in the arena, won 782 times, tied 37 times, and lost 73 times. This is the Scavenger Arena, the real king. Let's welcome the Dragon King. The moment Lu Faming stepped onto the battlefield, he looked at the long knife at Han Fei's feet and said lightly, "It seems that you are not going to unsheath your knife." Han Fei said indifferently, "It depends on your strength to draw it out of the sheath." Lu Faming smiled. "I'm curious about what your associated spirit is." Han Fei smiled. "You will see it when it's time." Outside, Chen Yan had received the news. As a talent that even Zhao Honghuang valued, Chen Yan didn't dare to be careless. In the dark, Chen Yan came. Seeing that Han Fei had won 2 games in a row but hadn't drawn his knife, he couldn't help saying, "Brother Nya, I'm afraid that your arena won't be stable for some time in the future." The leader of the arena was named Nya Yunxiang. Needless to say, he was strong. Since he could control such a large arena in the main city, he couldn't be weak, just like Chen Yan couldn't be weak. At this moment, the third match was about to begin, and the number of spectators had reached 5 million. Many people heard that there was a huge commotion in the arena and hurried over. At this moment, the referee shouted, "Close the entrance of the arena. The third ranking match will begin in 100 minutes. Chapter 2186. Based on Han Fei's current performance, he knew that he hadn't reached the level of the so-called heavenly talent that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Many people were even looking forward to Han Fei winning all 3 battles. As long as he won the third round, Han Fei's strength would be fixed at around 5,000, and he would only have the right to challenge upwards, not downwards. And most of the strong were strong, so the difficulty of Han Fei's challenge was getting higher and higher. And the real experts were not afraid of Han Fei's challenge. It was just a challenge. Defeating a heaven's chosen one was something worth remembering. In the field, 100 breaths had passed. Amidst the sounds of discussion, the referee shouted, "The third round of the ranking match will now officially begin." As usual, Han Fei didn't take action immediately. Similarly, Lu Faming did not make his move immediately. Instead, he sneered, "I suggest that you draw your saber first. Otherwise, if I really make my move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. I don't think you can survive one attack from me." Humph. Some people were good at using companion spirits, but most people's companion spirits were not as strong as their own. Lu Faming waved his hand, and a ferocious beast that was hundreds of miles long bent its body. "Flood dragon," someone exclaimed. "This thing is very powerful." Someone sighed. "How long has it been since Lu Faming fought in the arena? I'm afraid his strength has already entered the top 5,000, right?" Name: Flood Dragon, Lu Faming's companion spirit. Introduction: a half-blood dragon born from the dragon clan and the great flood dragon. Due to its impure bloodline, it cannot enter the dragon clan. The flood dragon's power could reach the profound, possessing the power of the azure dragon. Its speed could be extremely fast. Its defense was extremely strong, and when faced with absolute power, it could negate 80% of the force. The flood dragon had the ability to go berserk, which could double the strength of its master. Level 108 Quality. Ancient Xenogeneic Realm Sea Expansion contains chaotic energy, 10,080 strands battle skills. Bloody Claw, Sea Dragon Roar, Dragon Tail Whip. Divine Eye, Frenzy Uncollectible, None Unabsorbable. When Han Fei saw the information of the Flood Dragon, he finally understood why Lu Faming was so confident and wanted him to attack. It turned out that it was because of the Flood Dragon's defense. If the Flood Dragon and Lu Faming were to fuse, then this person's defense would increase by several folds. As for Lu Faming, he was a dual cultivator of magic and body. His physique should not be weak either. It would not be easy to pierce through him with absolute strength. Han Fei calculated in his heart. This Lu Faming was a very good combat standard. In the short term, he would set his goal at Lu Faming's level. Of course, this was Lu Faming's combat power after fusing with the Flood Dragon, not Lu Faming himself. Bang! The Flood Dragon flicked its tail, and Han Fei suddenly burst out. The seawater exploded, and Han Fei had already punched. With the size of a human, he punched the Flood Dragon. A power comparable to the one he had just fought with Chu Mo burst out. However, this time, the Flood Dragon didn't retreat, but Han Fei was knocked back hundreds of meters by the Flood Dragon. Even so, many people still cried out in surprise. Hiss! Was this guy still human? He actually used pure strength to contend against the Flood Dragon and actually blocked its tail. What do you know? The Flood Dragon obviously didn't use his full strength. Yi Fenglu didn't necessarily use his full strength. Just in the first two battles, I feel that Yi Fenglu didn't really show his strength. As if to prove what this person said, when a sky-splitting sharp claw drew across the sky and fell on the top of Han Fei's head. Han Fei held his long knife horizontally, blocking the attack above his head. The giant claw that covered half of the arena was blocked by Han Fei's broadsword. The kings only saw that under Han Fei's body, the seawater compressed, reversed gravity, and poured into Han Fei. Humph! Han Fei turned his hand into a giant hand that covered the sky, grabbed the dragon's giant claw, and squeezed it violently. Rumble! Lu Faming couldn't help but be shocked. This person could actually block the huge power of the Flood Dragon? But he was just shocked. Lu Faming shouted in a low voice. Fuse! The giant Flood Dragon and Lu Faming merged. His body doubled in size, his muscles bulged, and a dragon roar burst out of his mouth. Someone exclaimed, "The Sea Dragon Roar, a soul attack. Can Yi Fenglu withstand it?" Swish! Swish! The long knife in Han Fei's hand rotated twice, and a mighty knife, light, slashed out. This slash was simple and plain, and it was made with a scabbard. What? The knife cuts the soul? This person fuses his soul into the knife. How can he deal with the endless dragon roar like this? Among the spectating experts, only a few could understand what was going on. In the dark, Nie Yunxiang smiled and said, "This newcomer of the law enforcement camp is very strong. His knife art has entered the way of the heavens, and his killing nature is extremely strong. Where did they find such a talent?" Chan Yen said with a smile, "I don't know how Xue Fei got the luck to meet this kid. You should know about Xue Fei's tax reduction, right? It's because of this kid." Oh, Nie Yunxiang couldn't help but say, "That's a bit interesting. It seems that Xue Fei values this kid very much." Chan Yen said with a smile, "He does have a reason to value him." Under Han Fei's knife, the sea was divided, and the sole attack of the sea dragon roar was cut open by Han Fei, unable to hurt him at all. Han Fei snorted coldly. "Flood dragon? Just eso, little gold." Chirp, a pair of golden red wings bloomed in the battlefield. As an ancient mutant, Little Gold's speed was unparalleled. Besides, Little Gold specialized in thunder. After opening the sky, it awakened the Thunder Clone, the soul-destroying Thunder Claw, and the previous Thunder Domain also turned into a thunderstorm. Wow, what is that? Is that a fish? Or a legendary bird? Its whole body is shining with golden light. It doesn't look weak. This weird companion spirit is also in the sea expansion realm. Fuse! As Han Fei roared, a pair of golden red wings suddenly appeared behind him. Swish! At that moment, Han Fei turned into a flash of light and flashed past. That speed directly climbed to the extreme. Lu Feiming's strong body that had just fused was punched thousands of miles away. Swish! 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 Light and shadows raged all over the sky, and Lu Feiming was stunned. He could barely see the trajectory of Han Fei's attack. However, he wanted to intercept Han Fei, but he couldn't hit Han Fei at all. Lu Feiming roared, "If you have the ability, let's fight fair and square." When Han Fei stopped, he looked at Lu Feiming indifferently and said coldly, "I just want to tell you that even if your companion's spirit is strong, it has a weakness. Since you want to fight fair and square, then try to take a knife from me." Many people were shocked when they heard this. Is he finally going to use his knife? In this case, does he still need to use his knife? To be honest, I have no idea what he did just now. I just saw Lu Feiming flying in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered with cuts and bruises. With the absolute advantage of speed, it seems that there is no suspense in this battle. Some people who had suppressed Han Fei to win couldn't help but scold. Why are you pretending at this time? Just win with speed. Why do you still want to fight head-on? And Lu Feiming thought that he could easily resist Han Fei. However, the actual situation was completely different from what he had imagined. This Yi Fenglu seemed to be an all-rounder. When a body cultivator had absolute speed and the means to break the soul attack, he had already stood at the peak of the sea expansion realm. At this moment, Lu Feiming thought that fighting Yi Fenglu head-on was his only chance. He shouted in a low voice, and a burst of red blood qi burst out of his body. Under the violent body, his eyes were shining with red light. One of his arms turned into a dragon claw, and a dazzling light appeared in his eyes. A dazzling light appeared in his eyes. It was still a spiritual attack. This was his strongest spiritual attack. He thought that a person like Han Fei should have a soul attack. However, Han Fei held the knife with one hand and didn't draw it out of the sheath. Lightning suddenly appeared on the sheath, and Little Gold's thunderstorm all went into Han Fei's knife. Facing the dazzling light, Han Fei pushed the knife with his palm. Although he wouldn't use the Dao Convergence sword, this knife was full of knife intent and the support of the Thunder Dao. Crack, 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 the lightning Taoist aura was shattered. Someone was speechless. Son of a B***h, is this the knife he mentioned? Someone stared at this knife and fell into deep thought. A challenger exclaimed, "The sword Dao is so terrifying. The killing intent is too strong." Someone gasped, "The Dao belongs to the knife. If he doesn't draw it out, what should he do after drawing it out?" facing Lu Feiming's violent giant claw. Han Fei ignored it and pierced it with his knife. Before the ferocious behemoth touched Han Fei, it had already been paralyzed. Puff, 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 Lu Feiming's whole arm was turned into nothingness under this knife. The remaining power of the knife, after shattering Lu Feiming's arm, flew for thousands of miles and hit the protective barrier. A crack appeared on the protective barrier, which scared many people and made them step back. Fortunately, the protective barrier was repaired immediately. Someone exclaimed, "Shoot, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die. He's so strong. He won 3 battles in a row and can't detect Yifenglio's strength, even though he is 2,000 places away from us? No. Actually, we can detect that he has fought with Lu Feiming for the longest time and has exposed the most trump cards. Now, we just need to wait for him to really draw his knife." Someone shouted in a low voice, "I have an epiphany. No, I have to go back to cultivate." Someone suddenly laughed. "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. I understand, I understand." Clang. Han Fei put the long knife on his shoulder and said indifferently, "Dragon is just SOSO." The referee couldn't help but gasp and then shouted, "The 3rd round of the ranking match, Yi Fenglu wins." Han Fei looked at the knife and then turned around silently. When he passed by Lu Qin, he said lightly, "Let's settle our share. When I can challenge again, come to room number 5 on the 32nd floor of the cultivation tower." Gulp. Lu Qin swallowed. Oh. Yes. I'll settle your share for Brother Yi." Han Fei didn't know that after he left, there were still people immersed in that knife and couldn't extricate themselves. Chapter 2187. On the 2nd day after Han Fei went back to cultivate, Lu Qin came to find him. The reason was that Han Fei's sudden rise had attracted the attention of many strong people. Before his challenge began, many people had already begun to make appointments to fight him. It was said that it was because of Han Fei's last strike that many people felt touched and felt a glimmer of opportunity, so it attracted their attention. Besides, they heard that Han Fei's combat power was amazing, so many people wanted to see the scene of Han Fei drawing his sword. They felt that a sword that had been hidden for so long must be different, and they might be able to learn something from it. At this time, in fact, many people had forgotten Han Fei's original origin. However, there was also a small number of people secretly negotiating, thinking that since a mere human dared to be so arrogant in the scavenger city, they must deal with him. No matter what the reason was, the challenges that Lu Qin made appointments with Han Fei the next day were mostly against powerhouses ranked above 4,500. Their average position was about 4,200. As for the kings ranked between 4,500 and 5,000, they all knew their limits. Lu Feiming's complete defeat had already explained the problem. Even if they were a little stronger than Lu Feiming, they wouldn't be much stronger, so there was no need for them to fight him. And this was the effect that Han Fei wanted. However, he couldn't be too arrogant. So, the next day, when Han Fei challenged again, it was still not difficult to win against those ranked around 4,500. However, when Han Fei reached the 4,087th place, he fought for nearly 100 rounds before he barely won. Besides, during this period he was also bombarded by the opponent dozens of times and was slightly injured. So, it turned out that the limit of this guy's strength was around 4,000. So, more and more people tried to make appointments to challenge Han Fei. And Han Fei, because he had successfully made a name for himself, announced that he would fight once a month against 10 people at a time. In this regard, no one objected. After all, after 3 ranking matches, he jumped almost 1,000 places. Even if Han Fei hid his strength well, he was still a newcomer of the law enforcement camp after all. His origin, had not been fully developed yet. How could he break into the top 2,000? It must be noted that the top 2,000 were basically equivalent to the peak strength of the law enforcement camp and internal camp of scavengers. How many kings had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach this height? How could a newcomer like Han Fei reach this height as soon as he came up? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Excluding those who were not in the main city, Han Fei had reached 3,678 in the past 3 years. So far, he had won 300 matches in a row. Gradually, Han Fei's monthly challenge became a must-watch event for some rich people. They just wanted to see Han Fei draw his sword once. Some people speculated that Han Fei was practicing and nurturing his knife. He wanted to nurture that knife to the extreme. On this day, Chen Yan reported to Zhao Honghuang, Lord Honghuang, "It seems that Yi Fenglu is growing very quickly. With the resources from the cultivation, he has rented a room in the cultivation tower for 30 years. Furthermore, he had already gathered all the resources needed to set up the Origin Sea. He is currently in a period of explosive growth. Lord Desolate Desolation, your foresight is truly admirable." Zhao Honghuang had also heard about it, but it was not worth his attention. He asked, "What's the exact situation?" Chen Yan said, "I estimate that Yi Fengluo's Origin Sea has already surpassed 80,000 kilometers. This child's talent was extremely high. From his stubbornness in nurturing sabers, it was only natural that his Origin Sea would expand to 80,000 kilometers during this explosive period. Of course, it's mainly because he has been cultivating in the cultivation tower. According to my observation, his strength has skyrocketed and should be around 350,000 waves, and his soul power should have reached more than 800,000 points. But once this explosive period is over, the speed of growth in the future should slow down." Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. "Then we'll see in 10 years. Oh, right, in the next few days, follow and select a few brave and talented people in the inner division. Around 100 people will do." "Huh." Chun Yan's heart skipped a beat. "Lord Great Desolation, could it be that the 10,000-year period is up and the Shindu dynasty is starting again?" Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. "It's been 100,000 years since the Battle of Emperors. The Sea Realm has been peaceful for almost 100,000 years. There are many strong heavenly talents. So, this time we can't let the Scavenger City down. You need to check these 100 people personally. I heard that the Wander City and the Primordial City have already started preparing." Chun Yan frowned. "I've also heard about this. I heard that the activities of the heavenly chosen teams in the Wander City are getting more and more frequent. Among them, there is a heavenly talent named Neza who can open the sky when he is only in the sea expansion realm. The Primordial City is in a mess because of him." "Humph." Zhao Honghuang snorted. "Heavenly talents are rare. This Yi Fenglu is indeed a good seedling. Unfortunately, it's less than 100 years before the divine capital dynasty's grand competition of 10,000 years. Otherwise, another 7 years later. Today, the scavenger arena was full of people, because it was time for Han Fei's challenge again. He had been playing the challenge once a month for 10 years. For 10 years, Han Fei had won 1,000 games in a row and never lost. In fact, Han Fei also regarded this as a kind of experience. He almost suppressed his strength to the limit, and under this limit, he didn't use any extra power to compete with these people. Today was the critical moment for him to enter the 3,000th place. Now, Han Fei was like the sun at high noon. The scavenger arena didn't expect that Han Fei could win 1,000 games in a row without losing. As early as when Han Fei entered the 4,000th place, countless people were waiting for him to be defeated, including Nie Yunxiang, who was a resident of the arena. However, up to now, Han Fei could already share the profits of each game with the arena equally, but he still hadn't lost. This made Nie Yunxiang speechless, and he even went to find Chen Yan. Chen Yan said, "Master Honghuang intends to cultivate this boy. Are you going to interfere?" Nie Yunxiang retorted with a single sentence, How could Nie Yunxiang compete with Zhao Honghuang? Seeing Chen Yan's determined attitude, he understood that the higher-ups attached great importance to Yi Fenglu. At this moment, in the arena, this was Han Fei's 10th game today and the last game to enter the 3,000th place. Han Fei's opponent was named Qiu Yuepiao. Like Han Fei, he was a real knife cultivator. Qiu Yuepiao was also speechless. He had been waiting for Han Fei to lose, but he didn't expect that this guy didn't lose and finally came to fight him. It was very difficult to guard the 3,000th place, and now there was a guy who was undefeated in 1,000 games. They were both knife cultivators. If others couldn't force Han Fei to draw his knife, that would be fine. But if he couldn't, he was afraid that his cultivation path would be destroyed by Han Fei. Therefore, as soon as Qiu Yuepiao came up, he said to Han Fei, "Brother Yi, why don't you draw your knife in this game?" Han Fei had fought 9 games in a row at this moment and had suffered some injuries before. Facing Qiu Yuepiao's voice transmission, Han Fei responded, "Draw your knife. It depends on whether you have the strength. If you don't want to ruin your cultivation path, you'd better use your strongest knife today." Qiu Yuepiao asked, "Brother Yi, you have fought 1,000 games. Aren't you tired? As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I think, Brother Yi, you are too high profile now." Han Fei snorted. "Brother Yuepiao, are you tired of guarding the 3,000th place? I can help you guard it. I'm not tired." Qiu Yuepiao, alas, Qiu Yuepiao sighed slightly. "You're forcing me. I didn't want to be high profile. I just wanted to be a quiet knife cultivator and restrain my killing intent. But why can't you skip me? You can beat others." Han Fei thought, "Skip you? I'm going to rise today. If I skip you, a great knife cultivator, how can I rise?" Qiu Yuepiao's eyes turned cold, and he changed from a flattering attitude to a cold knife cultivator full of killing intent. Clang, Qiu Yuepiao walked towards Han Fei step by step. He reached into the void with one hand and pulled out a knife from the void, as if using the void as a scabbard. Han Fei frowned. This person was really not simple. He had read this person's information. In the past 100 years, his position had not changed. Even if he occasionally fell, he could still fight his way up. At this moment, countless spectators exclaimed, "What a strong knife intent! Look, the celestial being realm." The way of the heavens melted into the knife. Qiu Yuepiao has reached this level. He has been hiding his strength. Look at Yi Fengliu's fingers. He's going to use the knife. Tisk, I've earned back the tickets today. It's enough. Suddenly, the millions of people in the arena widened their eyes. Was Qiu Yuepiao really so strong that he forced Yi Fenglu to use the knife? Qiu Yuepiao shouted, "I'm not weak either. You've raised your knife for 10 years, and I've raised my knife for 300 years. Today, let's see whose knife is better." Clang, in this battle, before the two of them attacked, the long knife in Han Fei's hand was vibrating and making a clanging sound. Swish, Qiu Yuepiao sneered coldly. As soon as he slashed out, the whole arena was overshadowed by the dazzling brilliance. Knife light bloomed, piercing people's souls. In the face of this knife, countless people saw Han Fei's solemn face. Clang, at that moment, the knife that Han Fei had hidden for 10 years suddenly opened by an inch. Cough, cough, puff. At that moment, a voice suddenly shouted in the arena, "Anyone below the sea expansion realm, close your eyes." However, everyone had been waiting for Han Fei to draw the knife for 10 years. Who would be willing to close their eyes? A flash of silver light, as fast as a star, flashed without a shadow. Behind Han Fei, the sea was filled with knife chi. Draw, technique, clang, kacha. Bam, bam, bam. Countless explosions could be heard. Countless people's eyes were about to explode. They really couldn't bear the Taoist rhyme of this blade. They could only hear the sound of the knife breaking. When their eyes recovered, between Qiu Yuepiao and Han Fei on the seabed under their feet. There was a huge gully thousands of kilometers long and thousands of meters deep. Who won? Whose knife is broken? When everyone looked at Chiu Yuepiao's knife, they saw that the long knife in his hand had been broken in half, and his knife intent had disappeared at this moment. Damn it. 300 years. It's worse than 10 years. Puff. Chapter 2188. After the battle, Han Fei didn't leave the field. The millions of spectators only saw that Han Fei's scales were emitting a faint red luster, and Han Fei's momentum was gradually rising. What? Is he having an epiphany? He's so strong. The color of his scales is changing. What's going on? Why does it feel like atavism? Seriously? Bloodline atavism? He's already so strong. How can he still have bloodline atavism? The owner of the arena noticed it too. He murmured, "It's really bloodline atavism. Is that the dragon origin in his bloodline?" Huh! At that moment, a phantom of an octopus was formed behind Han Fei, and the tentacles of the octopus seemed to be dragon blood shadows. Although the dragon blood shadow only appeared for a very short time, millions of people saw it. They seemed to have witnessed the reawakening of a strong master. What kind of creature is this? I've never heard of it. It's the first time I've seen it. It seems that his bloodline is very special and powerful. No wonder he's so strong. Han Fei pretended for a full 10 minutes and created the magical scene of bloodline atavism, which was enough to make a great leap in his strength. After 10 years of fighting in the arena, he needed another explosive improvement to continue to beat the last 3,000 people in the arena. Chan Yen hurried to the undersea jungle of the law enforcement camp. Master Hong Huang, something strange happened. Yi Fenglu has been fighting for 10 years. Today, he drew his knife and showed signs of atavism. This boy's strength, soul, and all other aspects will be greatly improved. According to Nie Yunxiang, the atavism this time was very spectacular and witnessed by millions of people. Zhao Honghuang was a little interested. Atavism in battle? Chun Yan nodded. Yes, he's been raising a knife for 10 years. Today, when he slashed it out, such a scene appeared. Oh, someone can make him draw his knife? Who is it? Chun Yan said, Chiu Yuepiao, a low-key king from the scavengers. Zhao Honghuang said, keep an eye on him. Also, Yi Fenglu is not allowed to participate in the arena anymore. Over the years, he had earned quite a bit. Now that he could fight his way up to rank 3,000, he shouldn't be far from reaching the inner division. Looks like it's 20 years earlier than I expected. Even Zhao Honghuang and the others thought that Han Fei was a rare heavenly talent. Anything that happened to such a heaven's chosen was not strange. In their eyes, Han Fei's atavism meant that his strength had skyrocketed. It was almost certain that he would be able to enter the internal camp. However, there were too many people in the city. They wouldn't let the public know such a talent. Therefore, Zhao Honghuang's first order was that Han Fei could no longer participate in the arena battles. Chun Yan replied, Yes, Your Excellency, the 30 years you set. Zhao Honghuang said, I was the one who promised him these 30 years. Let's see how he uses them. Han Fei, who was told that he could not fight in the arena, was not too surprised. He made it clear that he might have to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years. Even Chan Yen couldn't help but be speechless. He only needed to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years. This person was really exciting. The arena announced that Yi Fenglu would be in seclusion for a long time, and the monthly challenge was over. For this reason, countless people couldn't help but feel sorry. Many people felt that Yi Fenglu's attack was clean and efficient, and his Taoist rhyme was extremely strong. Watching Yi Fenglu's moves was something that could really be comprehended. Unfortunately, such an opportunity was gone just like that. When the incident subsided, the scales on Han Fei's body turned bright red. This was the atavism image that he had created for himself. It was as if he was wearing a bright red battle suit. 3 years later, on this day, in the valley of the law enforcement camp, a large group of people had just returned from the trial. As soon as someone returned to the valley, he laughed and said, "I'm finally back. It feels so good to come back alive." Someone laughed and said, "Don't be so smug. This time, you've gained so much that it's enough for you to cultivate for 100 years. I'm afraid you have a chance to expand your origin, see, to 100,000 kilometers, right?" That person responded, "If there are no accidents, I guess so. Finally, I can experience the first floor of the law enforcement camp." Someone was surprised. "Oh, the first floor of the law enforcement camp? How dare you? You have to be in the top 300 of the outer camp." That person laughed and said, "Cultivation, cultivation. As long as you don't die, your strength will definitely grow." "Huh, who is that? He's all red. Is he so outstanding?" Many people turned around, only to see a strange humanoid with red scales on his body walking toward the law enforcement camp. Someone shook his head. "I don't know him. There was no such person in the law enforcement camp before. He's probably a newcomer." Immediately, someone shouted, "Hey, kid, come here." Han Fei's eyes were indifferent. He glanced at these people and walked straight to the valley of the law enforcement camp as if he didn't hear them at all. "Hey, are the newcomers so arrogant nowadays?" A strong master of the 10,000 Scales clan turned into a giant void hand and was about to grab Han Fei. However, at that moment, Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He turned his hand and waved the sheathed long saber in the air. With a casual wave, the saber intent burst out and the giant void hand exploded. When the man came back to his senses and was about to attack again, he was shocked to find that his palm was cut in half. Everyone's face changed drastically. The man whose palm was cut off immediately said, coldly, "Humph! A newcomer dares to be so arrogant in the law enforcement camp. I'd like to see who you are." He moved his feet and stood in front of Han Fei. Next to him, a group of strong kings of the 10,000 Scales clan sneered and watched the show. "I haven't returned for decades. I didn't expect that the law enforcement camp would have such a big shot. Old Lu, half of my palm was cut off by a newcomer. I can't stand it. Old Lu, teach him the rules." At this moment, the man's palm grew back and he looked at Han Fei coldly. "Bow to me and admit your mistake. I'll probably spare you this time. Otherwise, get lost." The kings. Someone cursed. "Luda, teach this kid a lesson." Luda was enraged too. However, they were still outside the valley and fighting was not allowed in the city. Therefore, he turned the power of his divine soul into a soul thorn and tried to injure Han Fei. However, in the instant the attack was launched, a scabbard had unknowingly appeared between his eyebrows. Puff! Blood spurted out of Luda's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. And the soul thorn just now was cut into halves, unable to hurt Han Fei at all. The leader of the group immediately changed his expression. "Old Lu, back off." Luda also knew that he had met a tough opponent. The person who could cut his divine soul thorn in an instant was definitely not an ordinary person. The leader stepped forward. "Kid, how dare you be so rude to a senior? If you apologize today, I'll spare your life." Luda shouted, "Brother Lei." The leader shook his head and signaled Luda to leave him alone. He said, "Kid, in the law enforcement camp, it's not a good thing to offend a king of the 10,000 Scales tribe. You haven't even entered the camp yet. If you do you think you can fight your way through all the kings of the camp?" Han Fei said indifferently with no expression on his face, "Get out of my way. F***CK, you don't know your place." The kings of the 10,000 Scales tribe were instantly enraged. What kind of attitude is this? Tian Lei also narrowed his eyes. "I don't want to say the same thing twice. Apologize to Senior Luda, and I'll let it go. Otherwise..." Han Fei raised his eyes and looked at Tian Lei. "Otherwise what?" Tian Lei sneered. "It seems that although the newcomers are not weak, they are too arrogant. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the law enforcer. Seeing that Tian Lei was about to attack, the others curled their lips. This kid is doomed. Brother Lei has always been ruthless. How can we let it go if we don't kill this kid? Is it really okay to be ruthless in the city? Some kings quickly stood in the four directions and sealed off a space. Tian Lei sneered, newcomers should have the awareness of newcomers. The law enforcement camp still has a long way to go. In an instant, a saber radiance bloomed. A machete shone like a full moon. Only the light and shadow could be seen. At this moment, the air was filled with murderous intent and a cold, Taoist aura. Puff! Just when everyone was about to watch a good show, they saw a flash of light. Han Fei had already walked to the edge of the seal, and there was a crack on the seal. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the kings, Han Fei walked away. As for Tian Lei, the sinister smile at the corner of his mouth was gradually disappearing. The upper half of his body was slowly slipping down. Puff! At that moment, blood splashed in the sky. An overlord who could enter the first level of the law enforcement camp was cut in half in an instant. Tian Lei's expression slowly turned into shock and fright. His voice was trembling. When did you draw the saber? Chapter 2189. By the time Tian Lei and the others realized what was going on, Han Fei had already disappeared from their sight. Han Fei had his own reasons for rising so quickly and even pretending to be an expert of his ancestors. The barbaric wasteland was only the most remote place in the East Sea. However, it was also a part of the East Sea. Every 10,000 years, the divine capital dynasty, which was located in the center of the East Sea, would hold a grand competition. All the heavenly talents of the East Sea would go to the divine capital dynasty. Yi Fengliu's current strength was far from enough to become a heavenly talent of that level. He had never heard of any overlord who could go to the divine capital dynasty who hadn't developed their origin sea to the limit. The grand competition was the cradle of the heaven-opening state. Every 10,000-year competition, a large number of heaven-opening stage experts would be born during or after it. And this time's 10,000-year grand competition was even more extraordinary. This time it was a grand competition that was held once every 100,000 years, and it was divided into 3 levels. It included the Venerable State, the Pioneer Sea State, and the Heaven-Opening State. This was the information Han Fei had learned in Shui Fei's Origin Sea, so he had already made a plan. Because the quota for the grand competition was very rare, he had to get one in the Scavenger City. Neza went to the Drifter City to gain experience and also to get a quota. Gu Tingnan wouldn't be so stingy as to give him a quota. However, 1 quota wasn't enough. Han Fei wanted to get a quota for Zhang Daqian too. With Zhang Daqian's potential and talent, if he worked hard before the grand competition, he should be able to develop his origin sea completely. By then, Han Fei could prepare some resources and weapons for him. Han Fei was sure that he could get this spot. There were signs of an octopus bloodline returning to its ancestor. By then, Zhang Daqian would naturally be able to replace Yi Fenglu. The only thing he lacked now was a quota for the heaven-opening state, and Han Fei didn't plan to get this quota for the time being. At this moment, Han Fei walked into the valley of the law enforcement camp. However, when he walked in, he realized that this was his second time here, and he still did not know the way to the inner division. But when Han Fei walked in, many people immediately looked at him strangely, which was different from the last time. Last time, many people thought that Han Fei was a human and had a poor bloodline, so they despised him very much. However, in the last battle of the Scavenger Arena, Han Fei showed signs of atavism, and the Blood Dragon chapter attracted countless people's praise. Outside, rumors had spread that Yi Fenglu alone had the strength of 9 dragons. As the saying goes, those who are famous are worthy of their reputation. Han Fei had ranked 3,000 in the arena in the past 10 years and experienced ancestral atavism. Now his specific strength had become a mystery. Many people didn't regard Han Fei as a human being at all, because at this moment, Han Fei didn't look like a human at all. Everyone would only think that he had turned into a weird octopus, an octopus that might have the bloodline of dragons. Since he was already here, he did not need to worry about not knowing the entrance to the inner camp. But before entering the inner camp, he planned to do one more thing, and that was to fight on the Death Mountain again. Previously, Chan Yen told him that when he entered the inner camp, he could consider fighting on the Death Mountain again. And Han Fei had the same idea in his heart. The difficulty of the Death Mountain increased progressively. This was an excellent place for training. As the difficulty became higher and higher, Han Fei would be able to show his true heavenly talent side in front of these kings. Last time, he made it to the list of top 100 just for fun. This time, Han Fei's goal was not the so-called list of top 100. He only had one goal, and that was to be number 1. Han Fei ignored the countless senses of the law enforcement camp and went straight to the trial ground of the Death Mountain. At this time, Tianlei and the others had also returned. As soon as they returned, this group of people was curious about what they were looking for and wanted to ask who the hell this person was. Brother Lei, when did you come back? Someone noticed Tianlei and the others and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Tianlei glanced at the second floor and immediately said, "Qinghua, don't worry about when I came back. That is the guy walking ahead. Tell me who that guy is first." The king called Qing, who couldn't help but say, "Brother Lei, your qi and blood are fluctuating so violently. Did you fight him?" Tianlei said, "I was almost killed by him. This be asterisk starred. Tell me where this newcomer came from. What path does he walk? And which floor does he live on?" Qinghua said, "Well, Brother Lei, I advise you not to mess with this guy. He is not a human at all." Tianlei was speechless. "Of course, I know he is not a human. How can he be a human with his appearance? No, Brother Lei, I mean this guy is abnormally strong. Anyway, don't mess with him." Tianlei couldn't help asking, "What do you mean? Isn't he a newcomer?" Qinghua said he is, but he may be the strongest newcomer in all the years. Tianlei's eyelids twitched. "What do you mean?" Qinghua sighed. "This guy killed Qin Feng with one strike on the first day he joined the law enforcement camp. He only used one strike in a life-and-death battle." Tianlei couldn't help but be serious. "Qin Feng from the 3rd floor? Isn't that guy very good at escaping?" Qinghua said, "Exactly, but it was useless. He died before he could even take one strike from this guy." "Hiss," Tianlei couldn't help but ask, "He is so strong." "Alas, Brother Lei, you call this strong? You may not believe it, but in 10 years this guy started from the 7,000th place in the arena and reached the 3,000th place in only 10 years. After 1,000 battles, he has never been defeated and won 1,000 games in a row. Can you believe it?" Tianlei and the other kings were all speechless. What the hell? How could someone win 1,000 games in a row in a place like the scavenger arena? All of a sudden, Tianlei's ambition for revenge vanished without a trace. He couldn't afford to mess with this guy at this moment, seeing Han Fei standing at the gate of the Death God Mountain. Tianlei couldn't help but say, "Is this guy here to take the test of the Death God Mountain?" Someone behind Tianlei said, "Then with his strength, won't he enter the top 100 list?" Qinghua sneered. "The top 100 list?" He entered the top 100 list on the first day he came here. Look, the last place on the top 100 list. The guy named Yi Fenglu is this guy. Tianlei, the kings, on the Death God Mountain. Han Fei stood here again, listening to the roars in his ears. Facing the first wave of more than 100 zombies, he didn't even move. He just pointed casually and a zombie exploded. This scene lasted until the 401st place. At that moment, Han Fei finally moved. Han Fei only knew that the person who ranked first was named Li Hui, who killed 702 enemies. According to the rules of the Death God Mountain, the The strength of the zombies would increase by 1, 2 times every 100 people. Han Fei felt that there was something wrong. If this Li Hui could kill 702 people, then his real combat power might be even stronger than when he was at the peak of the sea expansion realm, and much stronger. But this was what Han Fei wanted to explore. At this moment, facing the 401st zombie, Han Fei fought against it with his strength. It turns out that the increase of the zombies has decreased. No wonder. I thought it would continue to increase at this amplitude. According to Han Fei's actual detection, the strength of the zombies above the 400th place reached an astonishing 370,000 to 380,000 waves. If this power was in the chaotic Azure Sea, it would already be considered a top existence. Of course, it was also because the kings in the chaotic ocean hadn't fully developed their source sea. After a moment, the pure strength of the zombies above the 500th place could reach 410,000 to 420,000 waves. The pure strength of the zombies above the 600th place could reach more than 450,000 waves. At this time, Chan Yen had quietly appeared on the Death God Mountain and was calculating Han Fei's strength again. His strength has exceeded 450,000 waves, an increase of 130,000 waves in 10 years. Chan Yen was speechless. This time, Yi Fengliu's rise was probably unstoppable. Outside, countless people had gathered around the void stone tablet outside the Death God Mountain. When Yi Fengliu's name appeared at the 98th place, these people were excited. Although they knew that his ranking would definitely rise, they couldn't help but want to see how high he could climb. It's moving, it's moving. It's at the 97th place. Wow! It jumped to the 91st place. So fast? Look, it's above the 80th place. His ranking is rising so fast. What? Why is it still rising at the 50th place? For a moment, everyone was speechless. At first, they exclaimed, but later they became numb. At this moment, Han Fei had become the 16th place. Many people were shocked. Tian Lei asked, "Will he enter the top 10? Yi Fengliu's name was climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His kill count corresponded from 616 to 617, and yet there was no sign that it was going to change. Finally, when Han Fei defeated 668 people, he entered the top 10. Someone exclaimed, "This time, the 10,000 Scale Clan has a super strong master who isn't from our clan?" Someone exclaimed, "No, there are also many heavenly talents in the 10,000 Scale Clan in the internal camp. After all, the top 100 ranking is made by the 10,000 Scale Clan." Inside the Death God Mountain, when Han Fei defeated the 700th person, the phantom of the dragon's seal burst out behind him. Chan Yen keenly noticed that the scales on Han Fei's body were softening. When the 701st living dead hit Han Fei's body trembled like ripples, and a lot of the huge force was neutralized. Chan Yen was about to record it when he suddenly found that there was another person next to him. Who else could it be but Zhao Honghuang? Master Honghuang? Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. This is this kid's trump card. He can neutralize more than 50% of the force. It seems that it's indeed the atavism of the ancient demon bloodline. Chan Yen asked, "But Master Honghuang, even if he can neutralize the force, how can his soul resist it?" Zhao Honghuang said, "Look at the faint blue ripples on his body." "What's that?" Chan Yen was confused. "Ownerless souls?" "Hiss! He can use ownerless souls to protect his soul?" Zhao Honghuang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seems that his atavism is not simple. Finally, when Han Fei killed 702 people, Zhao Honghuang's voice stopped. "Young man, you should hide your strength. Stop at 703. At this moment, on the void steel, Yi Fengliu's name was already the first. Chapter 2190. Although the people in the valley didn't see how Han Fei did it, they saw the record of the Death God Mountain being broken with their own eyes. It was different from the first time Han Fei challenged the Death God Mountain. At that time, Han Fei had just entered the list of 100 and was ranked last. Therefore, everyone thought that Han Fei tried his best to get on the list. But this time, when Han Fei entered the top 10, everyone's heart sank. They knew that a peerless heavenly talent was born. Those who could enter the list of 100 on the Death God Mountain were nothing. Those who could enter the top 10 were rare heavenly talents that only appeared once in thousands of years. Such people couldn't stay in the outer camp for long. They would definitely enter the inner camp. Besides, even if they entered the inner camp, they would be outstanding people. As a matter of fact, Tian Lei and the others, who had been prepared to take revenge, turned pale. "Brother Lei, should we go out to train again?" Tian Lei shivered. Oh, you're right. I still need some energy crystals. Does anyone want to go hunting with me for a few years? I'll go. Brother Lei, let's go together. Who doesn't need energy crystals? Let's go together. Tian Lei and the others slipped away as soon as they came back. They didn't even go to their cave residences. They left in a hurry. Tian Lei was still a bit nervous. That guy shouldn't be so vengeful, right? Regardless, let's go out for a few years first. When that guy enters the inner camp, he won't have time to find trouble with me. Not long after Tian Lei and the others left in a hurry, a figure walked out of the small world of the Death God Mountain. At this moment, Han Fei's qi and blood were boiling. The atavism characteristic was still preserved, and some weird red mist was still escaping from his body. When they saw Han Fei again, the valley of the law enforcement camp was silent. Ling Ran, who had once received Han Fei, and some other human powerhouses, were all shocked. At this moment, they were also shocked, although they felt that Han Fei could no longer be regarded as a human being. Han Fei used to be a human after all. In a sense, they felt that Han Fei was still a part of the human race, even though they knew that the 10,000 Scale clan didn't think so. Now, Han Fei had become a legend of the law enforcement camp. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. Someone murmured, "Will he still remember the human race?" Someone let out a long sigh. So what if he remembers the human race? It's true that he's a heaven's chosen. But even if he opens the sky and cares for the human race, he can't change the current situation of the human race. Lin Chi said, "After all, he walked out of the human race. I'm willing to bless him." Apart from the issues discussed by the human race, most people were concerned about what Han Fei would do next. Someone said, "Breaking Death God Mountain's record, what will he do next?" Someone replied, "Isn't that obvious? He must be from the inner division." Someone was puzzled. "Say, his kill count is exactly one more than the first one. Is this a coincidence or—" Someone sneered, "Who cares if he did it on purpose or not? Being able to get first place is already high profile enough." Buzz, while everyone was staring at Han Fei, Chen Yan suddenly appeared. Chen Yan said, "Yi Fenglu has officially broken the first record of the Death God Mountain leaderboard, becoming the new #1, under the orders of Lord Desolate Desolation. A special reward, a world origin fruit." Hiss? What? The reward is the world origin? Isn't the reward a bit too much? He's not from the 10,000 Scales clan. How can we reward him with the world origin so easily? Someone sneered. "What do you mean easily? Is it easy to never lose in the arena? Or is it easy to break Death God Mountain's record?" Han Fei was also taken aback. A world origin fruit? He had seen it in the memories of Shui, Fei, and the others. However, he had no idea what it was, how to use it, or how much benefit it could bring. It was a pity that Neza's body was too far away from his real body. Otherwise, Han Fei would have known that the world origin was a top treasure that could enhance one's potential and was much more advanced than the mystic yellow soil. Because he didn't know what the world origin was, Han Fei was quite calm. He looked up at Han Fei and said, "Breaking the record of the Death God Mountain is the only reason you got it." Han Fei slightly nodded. "Thank you, Lord Desolate Desolation. Thank you, Lord Enforcer." Qin Yen slightly nodded. He was about to let go of the world origin, but then he said, "You can catch it with your hand, but don't put it into the sea of origin. Otherwise it will melt immediately, and you'll have to cultivate on the spot." Seeing that Han Fei was confused, Chen Yen snorted. "I don't know where you got your luck. Just take it and cultivate." When Chen Yen threw out the world origin fruit, and when Han Fei caught it, information emerged in his eyes. Name World Origin Fruit Introduction. Part of the origin power of a small world contains the ultimate truth of the great Tao, the law of heaven, and the vitality of all things. It's the foundation of all Taos. If an ordinary person takes this fruit, he or she can get at least a level 9 spiritual heritage, and there's a chance that they can get a heavenly heritage. After taking this fruit, the Sea of Origin will be integrated with the law of heaven, which will greatly increase one's potential. Even if the ordinary person dies, the Sea of Origin will not be destroyed, and it can become an ownerless small world with the world origin. Level Chaos Spiritual Treasure Quality General contains the world origin unknown effect, strengthen the Sea of Origin, improve the spiritual heritage, and stimulate the potential. Wow, Han Fei's heart trembled. This is AF * King Good Thing. Just the word Chaos Spiritual Treasure was enough to make Han Fei look at it in a new light. The only Chaos Spiritual Treasure he had ever gotten in his life was from Senior Sister Qinglian. After Xia Shaochan ate it, the child of God was really born. Otherwise, she might not even be able to condense a sesame-sized fetus. Han Fei looked at the world origin fruit again and couldn't help but feel excited. This thing could even help an ordinary person reach the sky in a single step. It was conceivable how advanced it was. Fortunately, he didn't know it at the beginning. Otherwise, Han Fei felt that he might have dug the world origin of the chaotic ocean. I see. It turns out that this is the fundamental reason why everyone wants to look for the starting ground. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood that it was not how attractive the resources in the starting ground were, but how attractive the world origin was. Han Fei had never thought that he could get such a treasure just by passing through the Death Mountains test. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the other entrances to the small worlds. How could Qin Yen not know what he was thinking? Qin Yen snorted softly. This world origin fruit was given to you by Lord Primeval as an exception. Ordinary people, even heaven opening stage powerhouses, have never received such a level of reward. Not to mention that the other small worlds are not suitable for you. Even if they are suitable for you, you'll not get a second world origin fruit after passing through them. Han Fei sighed in his heart. What a pity. If I pass through a trial, I can get such a reward. Then, in the next few years, I will have something to do. I will definitely pass through a trial every now and then. As for the surrounding kings, they all burst into exclamations and gasps of admiration. Hiss! World origin! I have only heard of it. This is the first time I have seen it. Someone exclaimed, as expected, only such a monster will have the chance to be rewarded with such a treasure. Someone sighed. It's a pity that this person is not from the 10,000 Scales clan. Otherwise, he would be a follower. Someone shook his head. It doesn't matter whether he is a member of the 10,000 Scales clan or not. What matters is that he is in the law enforcement camp with Lord Primeval watching over him. No matter how peerless a heavenly talent he is, he has to obey the 10,000 Scales clan. While the onlookers were talking, Han Fei had already disappeared from where he was. The cultivation tower. When Han Fei appeared here with the world origin in his hand, the old man guarding the cultivation tower was stunned. Isn't that the thing in this kid's hand, the world origin? Although he knew that this kid was highly valued, it was a bit unbelievable that he was rewarded with a world origin. It was not that it was difficult for a sea-opening stage cultivator to get a world origin fruit. In fact, in the scavenger city, there was no shortage of world origin fruits. But how long had Han Fei been in the law enforcement camp? This world origin fruit meant that he was highly valued. After a moment, the moment Han Fei put this thing into the origin sea, he finally experienced the feeling that Neza's clone had experienced. After a moment, looking at the unusually lush spiritual plants and orchards in the Sea of Origin, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. This thing was at least 7 or 8 times better than the black-yellow soil. And, although it was not very obvious, Han Fei still felt that his potential had been improved a lot. Han Fei estimated that this kind of improvement, even if it was not 10%, must be at least a small half. At his current level, he had double heavenly veins and a top bloodline. Under such circumstances, he could still tap into his potential. The effect was obvious. Besides, as his potential increased, Han Fei felt that his strength seemed to have improved a little too. But he couldn't find anyone to test it, so he couldn't get any conclusions. 3 days later, after many experiments, Han Fei finally confirmed that the origin of the world was a shortcut for normal kings to open the sky and become even stronger. This thing had no side effects. After merging with the heavenly way, it could even make one have a deeper understanding of the heavenly way. It would also be more natural for one to use the heavenly way. Han Fei knew that his next step was to get more world origin, no matter what.